Morning, everyone. While we get papers organised, we'd love to start again with have a care if we could get us off on the right way. Yeah. Well, welcome back. Today, 2 of this special rezoning hearing. I see we made the Taranaki News overnight, which was quite interesting, and we've always just reminded our speaker. So, Christine's turning it up. Is it on now? Yes. So yes, welcome back. I hope you all had a good rest. I certainly did. And it's great to get underway bright and early this morning. So Derek and Rod, I think we're back with you again.
Yes, so we've got a very short supplementary which Mr. Nada will read. It's been handed out. So
thank you.
Thank you. I've been asked to reply to the following statements of evidence on behalf of submitters. Mr. Ross Dingle, Commercial at Port Taranaki, Janice Carter, Planner at Port Taranaki, and Sarah Marco, Tiatiawa. I respond to each brief of evidence in turn by reference to the relevant paragraphs. Where I do not refer to a paragraph, that should not be taken as my acceptance of the contents. Starting with the evidence of Mr. Dingle, paragraphs 30 to 31. I note that in his evidence, Mr. Dingle identifies the nature of activities at Port Taranaki and potential for reverse sensitivity effects to arise from the location of new sensitive activities nearby. I disagree with Mr. Dingle when he says that these issues cannot be resolved through appropriate building design and covenants. The Wynyard Quarter example referred to in my evidence is just one of a number of successful waterfront developments that I'm aware of that successfully coexist with nearby industrial or port activities. And in my opinion, the master plan design at Wynyard Quarter, which includes a number of high quality, medium to high density residential and visitor accommodation buildings, successfully manages and mitigates the impact of the following marine industrial activities on residential living, and therefore the potential for reverse sensitivity. Firstly, ship berthage and associated servicing activities during the day and evening hours. So that's pretty well 24/7. Secondly, commercial activities servicing Auckland's offshore islands. So those are the ferry activities. A commercial concrete batching plant servicing construction activity in the city centre. Fourthly, Auckland's largest commercial fishing fleet. Also Auckland's largest fish processing plant and wholesale and retail business. And then associated issues including odour arising from the presence of marine life and the ammonia plant associated with ice production at the fish processing plant. In addition, marine industrial activities generally, including the slipping of up to 1,000-ton vessels in 2 separate locations within the quarter, and the industrial activities taken with respect to hull, propulsion, servicing, rig, and engineering services that are associated with that slipping. A significant public transport servicing, layover, and parking hub for the city's bus fleet. Associated truck and vehicular movements associated with all of the above. So therefore, in my opinion, as confirmed in the evidence of Mr. Stiles for SLC, the Wynyard Quarter is an excellent example of how waterfront developments which incorporate a live, work, play design can successfully coexist with the sorts of marine industry that could be expected at a working port. Moving on to the...
I just signal that I am going to want to ask you some questions on this. with reference to a plan of the Wynyard Quarter and its associated port activities. I'm not sure how we organise that, whether it's a planning map or some aerial that could be arranged. We'd need some assistance, Christine, to be able to get an appropriate image. So I think if the Seaport team, Mr. Nolan, could sort of look at what might be able to be made available, if not now, at a later time. Certainly through today, that's going to be pretty critical evidence for us.
Well, even a Google Maps.
Yes.
But we can talk about.
So, Christine, are you able to do that? Well, we'll find that while you can complete your supplementary statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the evidence of Ms. Carter. Paragraphs 14 to 18. I agree with Ms. Carter's sentiments regarding the port and its coastal location being a given, and the important function or the functional role the port plays for the region. I do, however, challenge Ms. Carter's assertion, and I quote, in other locations in New Zealand, considerable tension between residential apartments and port activities occurs. My response is, in most port locations around New Zealand, including Auckland, Napier, Wellington, Nelson, Littleton, and Dunedin, port operations successfully coexist with other activities, including residential living. And in fact, in a number of these locations, there is a premium paid to live and work in close proximity to the unique marine environments associated with nearby port activity. I also note specifically the existence of precincts such as the Wynyard Quarter in Auckland, the Ahuriri precinct in Napier, which we discussed yesterday, and the development of Wellington's waterfront near Seaport, also, which we discussed, as examples that have successfully leveraged off these unique opportunities and environments. Paragraph 71. Ms. Carter appears to assert that the ports of Auckland have experienced significant pressure to relocate from the waterfront due to the adverse effects generated by the port, as purported example of a reverse sensitivity effect on port activity. Mr. Nolan referred to this yesterday. The reason that there is pressure on ports of Auckland to look at alternative locations is not associated with its adverse effects or any reverse sensitivity issues with the port. And it is my understanding, as Mr. Nolan outlined yesterday, that the numerous studies conducted over recent years have all identified capacity constraints that mean that the existing port of Auckland will outgrow its location in the next 30 to 50 years, which would necessitate relocation of its existing activities in the long term. Significant more ship berthage and new reclamation for backup land is needed to serve future capacity, and that is not seen as realistic in this Waitemata Harbour and city centre location. That makes a new larger port elsewhere inevitable, and the debate is where it should be, whether the shift should occur sooner, which would free up port land for alternative uses, or occur nearer the time of expected constraints. The need for a new port elsewhere is therefore not a result of reverse sensitivity, but these wider issues. And this is recognised by the working group tasked with completing the future port study back in 2016.
Mr. Marla, are you aware of more recent studies undertaken by the Infrastructure Commission, I think, looking at port locations and capacity in the North Island?
Yes.
That's not the 2016 study, it's pretty more recent.
More recent, I think. Yeah.
That could potentially be Bigger Port at Marsden Point or Manukau Harbour. The reason I know about this is our firm is very active in that recent work.
Be consented one of the Manukau Harbour or the Perth Thames.
Yeah, I think my colleague Mitchell was relishing that opportunity, but no, it's a big issue.
It is.
For New Zealand, and particularly
New Zealand.
my understanding with proximity of Auckland City and other explorations around the Waitemata Harbour does weigh into that decision, doesn't it?
Well, it's going to go. Yeah. Everyone's accepting it has to go at some point. So then the current debate is, should it move earlier, knowing it's going to go? Should it move sooner rather than wait? There isn't any money to build a new port anywhere. No, that's one. But it's about capacity, but it has to go at some point.
Okay, thank you.
At paragraph 72 in Ms. Carter's evidence, she states that, and quoting, understanding that people who live in the apartments built on Prince's Wharf, which is one of the city centre wards, often complain despite having a strong no complaints clause in their leases. And my response is Prince's Wharf is not a comparable development, as it is located right within the Port of Auckland on one of its main wharves and was constructed under a development process managed by Ports of Auckland and designed to accommodate a hotel that could incorporate a cruise ship terminal, as that was the primary cruise wharf at the time, along with apartments, retail and restaurants. So it is quite different to the Seaport site, and in any event, in preparing for this hearing, I held discussions with Mr. Alistair Kirk, who's the General Manager of Infrastructure and Property, Ports of Auckland. Mr. Kirk advised me that the very few complaints that the port receives from the residents of Prince's Wharf relate mainly to the noise from the Fuller's ferry operations opposite the wharf, on Queen's Wharf, which include the emptying of rubbish bins at night and cleaning activities, both of which are not unique to port environments. Mr. Kirk also confirmed the effectiveness of design controls and no complaints covenants, which are required under the relevant provisions of the Auckland Unitary Plan. These require developers to incorporate design elements such as appropriate glazing, air conditioning, and orientation to mitigate any potential effects, as well as providing that they will not complain about legal port operations. So I prefer the advice of Mr. Kirk over that of Ms. Carter when it comes to the issues experienced by Ports of Auckland and the co-location of residential activities at Prince's Wharf near to its operations. In paragraph 142, Ms. Carter refers to the SLC proposal taking in, and I quote, wider developments in the surrounding area district that could potentially tie in and work with this development. And there is a suggestion that this provides support and justification for the rezoning proposed. So my response is, before criticising the inability of this plan review to implement those wider developments, in my opinion, it is good practice to review a specific site in its wider context, and I referred to this yesterday in the two-stage approach that we took when undertaking strategic master planning. This ensures that an integrated and holistic view is taken, particularly when planning for medium, long-term activities and use. In my view, the analysis undertaken as to how the redevelopment of the SLC site would sit within a wider structure plan strongly supports and reinforces the case for rezoning. And this is why I describe the SLC site as a potential catalyst for positive change in the Motuara area, and why I believe the site provides a unique opportunity for the whole of New Plymouth. Moving on to the evidence of Ms. Sarah Marco. Now, I would firstly like to acknowledge the evidence from Ms. Marco on behalf of Te Aotearoa and her confirmation of the support from Ngāti Te Whiti for the proposed rezoning. In paragraphs 12 and 21 of her evidence, I would like to acknowledge the comments Ms. Marco makes in relation to paragraphs 12 and 21 of her evidence regarding the engagement with Ngāti Te Whiti and the ongoing commitment made by SLC to engagement through the master planning and then onto the co-design process. In my opinion, the memorandum of understanding between Ngāti Te Whiti and SLC demonstrates a renewed and shared excitement for the potential that the SLC site possesses. I also believe it reflects the common goal held by both parties towards building the existing relationship on trust and confidence, developed as part of the previous resource application and working together through ongoing detailed site master planning via the co-design process. On 4th of August of this year, after Ms. Marco's evidence was exchanged, I attended a further meeting with Te Aotearoa and representatives of Ngāti Te Whiti, as well as directors of SLC and its expert consultants. I will leave it to Ms. Hooper to describe the provisions that are proposed to ensure the ongoing desire for Ngāti Te Whiti, Te Aotearoa and SLC to continue to work collaboratively through the detailed master planning process, utilising the demonstrated positive outcomes that co-design brings. So in conclusion, I continue to support the proposed rezoning proposal for the SLC site. Nothing in the evidence provided by the submitters or in section 42 addenda has given me pause to reconsider my original opinion, namely that I support the development of a shared vision for the future of this important precinct, one that has shaped New Plymouth into the city that we see today, and support the rezoning of the SLC site as a catalyst for the future shaping of this area.
Thank you, Rod. Before we go to the plan, and do we have that available, Christine? Okay, that's your paragraph 3.6 of your supplementary. Mr. Nolan, obviously the witness, thank you.
I was talking to Christine.
No, so before we go there, I did have a question about your paragraph 3.6 of your supplementary evidence. When you spoke to Mr. Kirk, was that just, did he provide you any evidence of the complaints? Were the complaints made to the council? Or was that just a conversation?
It was a conversation, and the complaints are made to the port company rather than the council as the owner, but.
Is that the way the resource consents for that operation operate?
I'm not sure how the resource consents are structured, but the Prince's Wharf is a leasehold development to the port company, and so the port company owns the underlying infrastructure.
It's not, it's permitted, is it? But I thought it was
They
originally.
just bring up the port, because the port's the
Yeah,
owner of the
that's-
port.
Can you just stop, please don't talk over me. I understood that the Prince's Wharf development was originally developed under resource consent. Is that not right? Okay, thank you.
It was put in place just before the RMA under the country maritime planning. Remember the maritime planning
Yes.
provisions?
Yes,
And it was with design controls and so on.
yes,
Thought then subsequently by David Henderson. It's now, we've had 2 or 3 plans since, so it's in the unitary plan now and some other formats because it's been so long. So there's no resource consent relating to it in that sense. It's now covered by whatever zoning.
okay, yes. I suppose it's just unusual to me that a complaints process, unless it's set up under a contractual matter, addressed to the port company rather than council, because normally most complaints are received and logged and dealt with as a council compliance matter. You think it's different here?
Also, it has a complaint, a general, they have on their website, everything else.
Yes.
Anyone wants to
Yes.
bring us on this number. So they do have a way that people anywhere around the port can ring them.
Yes, yes,
And that's why it would have come in.
yes.
If you can picture Princess Wharf, Auckland Council or Transport, their CCO, they run the ferry wharf
Yes.
opposite, which is where these ferries are.
Yes,
That's what he was talking about.
yes.
So they may have run the Auckland Transport as well, for all I know, but
Okay.
admit that the port does have a dedicated complaints.
Right.
phone number.
But quite apart from the obvious issues with hearsay evidence, for us, my own observation of staying in many hotels in Seaport is that the waste management contractors must have a contract to start at 3 or 4 a.m. in the morning all around the city, and it's a blight on central Auckland generally, that terrible waste management process of banging and crashing all over the city. So the point is well made. All right, can we go to the plan now? Because you two are obviously very familiar with this. So I wonder whether you could approach the wall, right?
You might want to take the microphone with you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes. And just go through your 2.2A to L and orientate us. Thank you.
So the first issue that I mentioned was the ship berthage activity. And just to point out on the map here, where ships currently berth is the Brigham Street Wharf along
Yes.
here, which is where the previous fuel berthage was when there were tanks when you wharf until quite recently, up
Yes.
until about years ago.
Yes.
Now the ships that berth in here are for the transfer of super yachts. There are some other port activities where they lay over large ships in this location. In addition, there are large tugs and barges, which are moored in this location here. And then the next item that I go on to refer to is the commercial ferry activities. This is the sealing activity in here.
Yes.
And that was relocated to that position just prior to America's Cup, and that was part of the condition of creating this water basin in this area here. Sealing previously had their operations in this corner. I'm sorry that these little images keep popping up.
Yeah.
Sealing used to be here, relocated them over to here, but we've got residential activities right through this area and here, and the most recent being in this location here. So the proximity this would be less than 200 meters horizontal distance to all of these activities. Fishing fleet uses the berthage in here and here on Hamer Wharf, and the fish processing plant is right here that I was referring to.
Yes.
With residents immediately opposite in this
Yes.
location here, this location here. But the hotel location here, Premium Hotel, New Zealand's only.
We're getting all the deals on the hotels popping up for us.
Right.
I think that's what's popping up in your text boxes.
Right. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a room price. Okay.
Yeah.
Very helpful. Marine industrial. Now this whole area from the Titan Marine and the concrete batching plant up here, this whole western edge of Wynyard Quarter is zoned marine industrial. And that allows for all of those haul out facilities, and the 1,000-ton travel has just been installed here for Orange Marine, where those very large vessels are hauled out, serviced. There are significant truck and other ancillary movements for those coming down and servicing those vessels. There's also the Titan slipway up here, which is for even larger vessels. And so again, there's significant movements of trucks in and out of the area, and vans and associated service industries. And of course, the concrete batching plant up here, they've got concrete trucks moving in and out of the area on a pretty consistent basis.
Rod, the vessels you're talking about, up to how large? We're not talking
1,000
about
ton,
big ships.
1,000 ton. Well, the Titan Marine slipway has the largest, so that would be probably up to 200 meters in length.
Okay.
And the 1,000-ton here, now they're hauling vessels over 100 meters in length currently.
Yes.
So they're big vessels.
Yes.
And the reason for the installation of that was the super yacht marina in this location, which was built during my tenure at Panuku Development Auckland, could berth the large ships, but they couldn't be hauled out because there wasn't the facilities to do so. So it's increased the intensity of activity of land-based far more significantly over the last 18 months or since the America's Cup.
And we're seeing the West Haven Marina.
West Haven Marina over on this side. And interestingly enough, as you raise the point, down here is Z Pier. This is where all of this, or the majority of Auckland small boats are launched. So the guys who leave at 5 o'clock in the morning to go fishing,
Yes.
that's where they launch their boats.
Yes.
The refueling is here, so there's a lot of refueling of ferries on this component here, and pleasure boats on this component here, and that operates most of the daylight hours.
Yes.
Ferries are also stored on this berth here, so they move in and out at late in the day after their usual service operations, and are moving again very early in the morning. So big ferry movements in that location. The other point I note here is the public transport servicing. So Infratil own the site in here, and that's where Auckland's bus fleet is stored, serviced, cleaned, where the drivers jump onto their vessels and operate them from this location. So significant bus movements in this area, as well as a bus service that operates in Wynyard Quarter generally. That's the main public transport activity.
Could you run your ring around what you consider the Wynyard Quarter boundaries of your reference to the Wynyard Quarter?
Sure. And there is a significant overlap with Viaduct Harbour Holdings, who also own land. So Viaduct Harbour Holdings is in this area here.
Yes.
And Wynyard Quarter really runs from Fanshawe Street and along that water boundary, around the wharves, around Wynyard Point, and then down this western edge, back down to Fanshawe Street. So it's that whole area there.
Yes. And where do you, Do you know, actually know where the inner control boundary for Ports of Auckland sits?
No, I don't.
So they don't have it in it, they have one control line, which is generally similar to the they don't use Port Noise Dam directly.
Yes.
Yes, that's helpful. So it runs along the Quay Street, just off the along, so it start at the port terminal, the Ferguson. So it runs along Quay Street, all the way along the north side of Quay Street.
Yes,
To about Princess Wharf,
yes.
which is that last one on
There,
the,
yeah,
it's the last one on the, second to last. Yeah, that one.
That's where the mouse is.
So it runs along that south side,
Yes.
and the apartments in that picture start about where that orange, where the supermarket is. See that orange little tag?
There.
So, no, but they're wrong. By Marsden.
That's-
Now, from about that orange tag there, all the way along all those bigger buildings,
It's residential,
it's mostly residential. And then you get the mobile stations. and pick it up.
residential.
And there's another lot, yes, where Rod's got his.
Yeah.
first
Look,
there.
I think this is very relevant. Could the team please provide us with a plan?
Yeah.
Alongside, and, Tufa might be able to assist with this, the way that the unitary plan deals with the Port Noise aspect.
Yes.
And yes, that would be most helpful.
We want that one of, we do one of Wynyard,
Yes,
similar to what you just saw.
yes,
And then we'll do the port and we'll
Yes.
put position and we'll give the entry plan versions over the line,
yes,
and also the ones that the controls they have in place on south of that line,
yes.
the land which is effectively between the ices.
Okay,
Yeah.
just something that's really clear to us about how City of Auckland is, Auckland Council and the people living in, really are dealing with this issue, because I'm particularly interested in this because this has had a long gestation in the planning process to get there. And, I've read all the cases, as I said yesterday, it wasn't a happy families start, from my reading of the cases, but it's evolved over time, which I think is one of your main points. Rod, isn't
It
it?
is. It's a transitionary process that does take a long time.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's get back into you orientating ourselves to these other activities, the ammonia plant, the associated with the fish, that's in the
The
same.
ammonia plant is right here and it's directly opposite the residential block on this location.
Yes.
So straight across the road.
The slippage you talked about,
Yep.
transport centre, okay. Well, that's been really helpful. David, did you have any other questions? Right,
Would you like me to stay up here with?
Yes.
with you?
Yes. Just before we do, Mr. Marlow, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge the passing of Sir Miles yesterday.
Thank you.
Worked a lot with him over the years, and Peter down south.
Yeah.
So yeah, just wanted to acknowledge that.
Thank you.
Mr. Marlow, this is most interesting, and Chair and I both are on the same page on the need for a plan. And I want to come back to some of the details of that plan in a moment, but could we just focus on the containerization area? And could you just take us through to that area? Yes, and just point out some of the main features of that area.
So the port headquarters down in this area, this is their main office building, car parking here. The site is accessed from one location on Solent Street down here.
Yes,
And this is where the majority of the containerization activities occur. And the port has, over the last 15 or 20 years, continued to reclaim more and more land in this location. You can see here there's a small bite left. This being the last, most recent, probably 5 years ago.
yes,
They completed the reclamation here. The addition of these container cranes, and now ships are berthed on the outside of the wharf, whereas previously they were all berthed on the inside.
yes,
So that's the recent development. The wharves down to the west are mainly break bulk use. So that's bulk materials like the animal feed and grains, gravel, materials used in the construction industry. A lot of that is coastal shipping or up to the islands. Further west down to Bledisloe, there is some containerization down here, but again, this is where most of the vehicles arrive into the Auckland area. So we have the big vehicular ships that berth in here. And this building is a recent addition, a car park building, basically to remove the cars that used to be stored on these wharves and were seen as a blight to the city, particularly by those in residential and commercial office buildings along the Quay Street edge, and they look directly down onto acres of car parks. And I use that term because that was often used in the press to express the disgust at those sorts of activities occurring right at Auckland's gateway. So a car park building has recently been built here to accommodate all of those vehicles. And all the buildings down this side are port operations buildings where there is maintenance for the straddle cranes. There's the new concrete batching plant, which has recently been built here, and fuel storage and those types of activities.
Thank you. If those areas that you've all identified are all owned by the Port of Auckland?
Yes.
Yes. And in the past, was there more containerization at Bledisloe?
I believe there was, and they relocated that primarily down to Ferguson.
Yes.
So this is the
Container cranes on that left hand.
along this edge here.
Yeah, look, I'm finding this really, really useful. Would it be reasonable to say that that's the key working part of the port from Bledisloe to Ferguson?
In terms of activity, there's activity continuously right across that total port footprint.
If we were to take if we were to circle both.
Can I just interrupt very
Sorry.
quickly there? There's also additional port-related activity right up to Prince's Wharf, which is the primary cruise terminal.
Yes.
The secondary cruise terminal on Queen's Wharf, and I'm just going to move the cursor a little bit, right up to here. This is Prince's Wharf.
Yes, I've stayed on
Queen's Wharf. And sometimes the port have ships berthed on this western side of Prince's Wharf, and as I've already mentioned, right down here in Wynyard Port as well. So there's port-related activity right across the waterfront, that whole length.
Would it be useful to you if we just scroll down a bit, or up a bit, because you can't quite see it. That's big. The residential build is the yellow. Yellow is the overbridge, isn't it? Right? The yellow.
That's the yellow overbridge. It's
Yes.
a residential apartment building. Cursor is.
Yes, there. So that's on the railway line, right opposite. And then equally on the other side of the road,
Residential
there's
activity.
quite a very large apartment complex.
Yep.
There
And along here.
and over there.
Yep.
And so they're the ones that are all covered with it and so on. Well,
Yeah, I do. Thank you. You anticipated my next question. So, thank you. What's going to be useful in terms of the plan that you would have some input to, and Ms. Hooper and maybe Mr. Stiles, is really an index plan, which then references maybe some blow up areas, particularly this western area, and maybe then the eastern area, and with labels such as Bledisloe, Ferguson, concrete batching plant, those sort of things, so that I've tried to take as many notes as I can, but there's nothing like seeing it in a diagram. Can you just orientate me again? Where's the cloud building?
Our building is here on Queen's Wharf.
Thank you. Stephen, if you don't mind, I'd just like to talk very briefly about this plan that might be coming in. I've just made a few notes last night. And as I said, I think an index plan for orientation purposes would be good. And then it provides reference to, one or two detailed blow-ups. I think that plan needs to be of a reasonable, those plans need to be of a reasonable scale, a small scale to allow, reasonable sort of legibility, if you like.
With a scale on it, so you can understand.
Yes,
this is-
yes,
Yeah.
yes. I think it should show the zones, the principal zones. I'm sure Ms. Hooper can help with that. And I'm sure Mr. Nolan knows them off by heart. And it should show, I had written down last night that are in outer, but I'm going to take Mr. Nolan's point that they don't use those contours. They use the Port Noise line. And it should show the location of key residential areas and perhaps dimensions to those from the port areas, particularly the working port area, as opposed to the port-related activity areas. And the reason I think I'm asking for so much detail, well, the panel's asking for so much detail, is that clearly a lot of stores been placed on by yourself and other witnesses on the comparability of Wynyard Quarter, to what could happen or what might be happening in Port of Taranaki. So we tested that yesterday in relation to Wellington and Napier, respectively. We're now focusing at your selection on the Wynyard area. So the map will be an important method and material to understand that points that you made yesterday and this morning.
I think there's an important component that we could also refer to, and that is the total land owning that the port previously controlled, which was right from West Haven,
Yes.
including West Haven, all the way east to its current eastern boundary. All of that wharf area was previously under port ownership and use. And this really demonstrates that transition that we were talking about yesterday from historic port activities, land that becomes surplus and then becomes repurposed over time.
Yes. And you made a point of that in your evidence at 3.4 about capacity constraints and that Auckland having to perhaps acquire through reclamation or whatever a new land in the next 30 to 40 years. What I noted down there was I wondered whether that was an example of where the sort of former port land had been given up port use and used for some other non-port related activity. And now with the growth, whether that land might have otherwise been used had it been available for port activities. Is that a possible scenario?
Look, I'm not a port expert, but I would suggest, and from my conversations with the port while we were doing waterfront plan, because I was involved in a full plan for Auckland's waterfront as well as a detailed work in Wynyard Quarter, that it's really been the change in operations of port activities into containerization. So the type of asset that's required for that is significantly different, and it really requires large flat land areas with large, very long berthing areas adjacent, and then most importantly, container truck access to and from to existing infrastructure. So it's not really the location of it; it's the type and the surface area that's required.
So you're saying, Mr. Miller, that even though that land was given up in the past and the transitions occurred, it's for that reason that it wouldn't be available now. Yes. Do you have any knowledge of the sort of locations that are being looked at by the Port of Auckland for their future berthage requirements?
Yeah.
And are they able to talk to that?
And the chair obviously has been involved with some of these discussions as well. Perth of Thames down in this area down here, one option. The Manukau Harbour. The reason the Manukau has been investigated is because the products that would transition either out of the city or to the city would be co-located with the industrial area in South Auckland. So that's what's really driving that.
That's sufficient. I just wanted to understand the relative proximity.
Yeah.
We're talking quite distant locations, aren't we?
Well, interestingly enough, there would be similar issues in Manukau with the.
I guess what badly explained is we're not talking about central city Auckland, are we?
Not city centre. No, correct.
If you went back to that one, the blow up of the port you had before you went to this one before, back to the previous one. the port plan for the many years for expansion of the port in its present location, when you look at that over the years, the 30, 50 years, it was proposing to fill in all that, all those indicators, right?
Versus that was going to be one big.
And that would go out further.
Yeah.
And that's why you have to say that in the modern day and say, well, that was never going to be acceptable to iwi or anybody else in the inner harbour. I mean, that was a plan that goes back to the sort of 50s. So that's the capacity issue. You can actually do it in that location, but not really. That's the scale of the new port. It has to be that amount of berthage and backup land that you've already got, plus the equivalent of filling in all that. So that's the scale of what a new port would be in a new location, because it has to look out, has to provide the existing port and then its growth. That helps you to understand the size of a new port that might come elsewhere.
Final question, Mr. Muller. You mentioned the Wellington situation in your evidence in chief and touched on it again today in your supplementary. Are you aware of some of the moves there to shift some of the operations, and particularly the ferry operations,
Yes.
to Kaifora?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we're involved in some of those conversations.
Yes. I think Chair is familiar with those also through another source. Okay. That was all I had for you, Mr. Marler. Yeah, sorry. Mr. Nolan, the Chair touched on Mr. Marler's paragraph 3.6.
Yes.
And he used the term SA evidence. This is no commentary on the accuracy of the reporting of Mr. Marler in terms of this conversation with Mr. Kirk, but we don't have the ability to question Mr. Kirk to test those claims, and that's all I really wanted to say on that. Leave that in your court.
Okay. I do have two questions on this current topic. First one does relate to the Northern North Island infrastructure review around port capacity. And what I'd like to understand more from you, Mr. Marler, is this has come about because there's a well, my understanding, bigger ships, more and more containerization, and the inability of our biggest city to really perhaps grow and accommodate on its current site. So that's the genesis of that series of port studies that have been undertaken. And that brings in the Port of Tauranga into the equation. And also I'm interested, I didn't do the work myself, it was done by my colleagues in Auckland, but Mr. Dingle might know, did that study extend to the Port of New Plymouth? No.
Don't believe it did.
Okay, because the Port of New Plymouth holds a unique place on the west coast of New Zealand in terms of a deep water port that's on the side of the country in terms of shipping lanes and things. It is unique. So that was my first question. The second question was about, do you think that problem has been brought about because of the very issues you're championing about the port in Auckland is being squeezed out because it's not wanted, and it's a result of a long history of people in Auckland just wanting to live, work and play and not be bothered by a port? Is that a factor in your mind?
I'll go back to my evidence that I presented yesterday, and this is not a problem that's unique to ports in New Zealand. This is a worldwide evolution of port activities generally, and port activities changing through technology and mechanisation, changes in shipping, and you mentioned the larger ships and containerisation. So port businesses are evolving and their land uses are changing. And the traditional activities that were smaller in scale and with different types of ships and different types of vehicular movements and different employment models where the local population was much more engaged and part of the port activities, created a much, probably a happier mix and proximity. So it's the scale, it's the size of the vessels and the trucks. So you don't have the land component as well. That's really changed over time, reducing the footprint to some extent, but it's really the type of operations, which is means that ports are not as integrated as they previously were in terms of the activities and the footprint in a sort of a city context. And that's happened worldwide. So what we're seeing in Auckland and other ports in New Zealand is that transition to a more condensed, larger, flatter footprint with provision for movement to and from the site. But I'm not so sure whether the Port of Taranaki, and Mr. Ding will be better positioned to respond to this, is positioned as a container port. I think its function is significantly different. The types of activities that it undertakes, types of ships that would be berthed. So it is a different type of operation, and I think it's not easy to make comparisons directly with Wellington or particular because of their scale. So I think there's greater opportunity for integration of the port core activities, is what I'm saying, than there probably is here in Auckland.
Okay,
And that's just my personal opinion. I'm not a operations expert in this thing.
So in terms of size and scale, we really are, this is a big city, big port, all those big city issues. We are working in a regional scale here. So would it be fair in your mind that we're more sort of equivalent to the Port of Napier, Port of Nelson type scale here in city size and port operations?
That's a fair assumption.
I think the key difference in Napier is that they are on the eastern shipping lane and do handle a lot of containers. There's a difference there.
Thanks.
But my last question relates around bulk hazardous substance storage, handling and shipping of gases, particularly up to the islands. Doing some work up in the islands at the moment where BOC have contracts to take up all sorts of industrial gases and those sorts of facilities. Where in this port are those gaseous activities? Yes.
Well, the Wynyard Quarter, as you probably know, was this end of Wynyard Quarter, used to be called the tank farm.
Yes.
So that's where most of the bulk liquid storage, and it's not just fuels, was also food chemicals and paint chemicals, and it was just storage generally of industrial,
yes,
at a large scale. That's moved totally out of that area now. It's been relocated, some of it down into this area of the port.
Yes.
But if I just leave the cursor a little bit, a lot of it's gone down to the Tamaki River, and there's a port facility. This area here, adjacent to the industrial area, where there's now gases kept, and it's barged up there. So that's probably the closest bulk gas storage and fuel storage.
You say it's barged up there. Is it barged up to the port to be loaded on ships? Again, just following the news really, and the hydrogen production facility that's been developed at Mokai Geothermal Power Station. It's a joint venture between Obayashi Corporation from Japan and Turopaki Trust. And they are currently rolling out hydrogen refueling stations up and down State Highway 1 on the North Island. And there's a sort of bunch of trucks being wet leased to do that. Obayashi have recently announced that they'll be looking at a hydrogen fueling facility in the ports of Auckland. Do you know anything about that or where that might be located?
No, I don't. But I would assume it would be within the port, probably this port area here where those similar activities are carried out.
Yes. Yes. I think you would have heard some questions I had of Stevenson around hydrogen storage and what the risk profile of that compared with, for example, bulk LPG storage. But if we are looking at the future, everything I've read is saying that by 2030, we're going to be looking at much more heavy transport fuels through hydrogen, particularly green hydrogen, which we can do here in New Zealand. So if you're not familiar with that, I won't.
I'm familiar with it. I'm not familiar with the
Where
location.
the location is.
Correct.
Maybe someone could find that out for us, because I do know that there's been some public newspaper reports about that. So one of the other witnesses knows anything about that. Okay, thank you.
In a previous application for hydrogen. before.
Yes, do you know where that
It
is?
was not that, like, with the Z.
Yeah.
Energy.
So
This is down here.
So maybe on our plan that you're preparing for us, you could pinpoint where that's being thought about just through public sources. We don't, obviously, if things are commercially sensitive, that's something that I definitely have read public news about, that out of the green hydrogen production that's being currently made at Mokai is being looked to provide services at the port, including cold ironing of vessels when basically tied up, and means they don't have to suck in other fuels to keep everything going. So that was my my last question on this part of the hearing. I did write a lot of questions on the original brief, so I need to go back to that and have some follow-up questions. So if you just on that.
You require the area?
No, let's go back over here. Looks like David might have a supplementary.
Just while the chair's searching for his notes, this is to both Mr. Marler and Mr. Nolan. As I said, I really appreciated that graphic display, Mr. Marler, and the plan's going to be of tremendous use to us. I just noted at the very end, in response to a question from the chair, that you said that that the Port Taranaki situation as a port might be more comparable to Port of Nelson and Napier. And I understand why you would say that, having been familiar with both of those. And to me, that really just begs the question, why are we focusing on Auckland then as a comparable in terms of how non-port related activities such as hospitality and retail might be able to co-locate successfully with port-related activities. I'm not asking for this, but given Mr. Marler's comment, Mr. Nolan, there may be some utility in providing the same mapping exercise for the Nelson and Napier situations. As I said, I'm not asking for it, but in light of Mr. Marler's comment about the comparability of those two, and this thesis or theme that's running through about the compatibility of on-port and port-related activities, it may be of use. So leave that in your court to respond to as as you see fit.
But I just clarify because I believe the question that the chair asked was around scale.
Yes,
And what we're talking about is principle. So the principles are still consistent. The scale is different.
yes. And I certainly acknowledge that in terms of your answer, but I guess the key point is the location and the relative location of potentially conflicting activities. And I mean, the thesis has been that it works well at Wynyard in relation to the port-related area and the working port area. We raised questions yesterday about whether that is the same situation at Nelson and Napier, given that there seems to be, particularly at Napier, more of a separation between the working port and what's now at Awariri. So, we're just raising that as matters that you may want to respond to.
That'd be useful comparisons.
I think so, but leave that with you.
Thank you. And I don't think we'll take too long with this. You've provided and led evidence that answered quite a lot of our questions, and certainly on reflection, your supplementary statement or rebuttal statement, having that in writing and on record is very helpful. So that discussion yesterday, certainly worthwhile. I'm looking at your primary statement of evidence at your 4.3, paragraph 4.3. A. And you refer in that sentence to this TRC board. Is that the Taranaki Regional Council?
Yes.
And Mr. Dingle know this, does the Regional Council own the port 100% or is there other shareholders?
TRC is Port Taranaki's only sole shareholder.
Okay. And the port company is a council controlled organisation, or what's the structure?
It runs under a separate act,
Separate act.
Port Act, but it's got a board, effectively chairman through the Taranaki Regional Council.
So there's two governance groups. There's the owners sitting there as the council and
Shareholder.
the shareholder.
And the board of directors of Port Taranaki reports
Yes.
to the shareholder.
Yes, and they operate essentially as a private, like in the way a private company would operate. Or do they have are there any different imperatives in the act that require any sort of social, environmental responsibilities that the regional council might be wanting to see over and above a normal commercial board?
The key points in the act is that the board is required to operate profitably. So I see that's terribly different from
No.
most other organizations.
Look, I think we'll ask some questions about this, because I wouldn't mind just having a look at the act and that governance structure to see are there any sort of broader obligations as a regional council owned entity in terms of the board of directors and what their driving imperatives are. Thank you for that. 5.6. This is your comparable to Wellington's waterfront harbour. And just wanting to get a sense from your knowledge of actual residential, the scale of residential activities in and amongst that Wellington port. And I haven't lived there for 25 years. Mr. McMahon lives there currently, but my sense is that there's not as much close residential in the Wellington harbour front than there is in the Wynyard Quarter. Is that fair or not?
Wellington's central city has a lot more of a city residential population, which is quite close to to the
Yes,
traditional harbour frontage.
yes,
There is a lot of residential activity close to where the ferry
Yes.
activities are and
Yes.
containerisation activities.
yes. In the
And
Thornton,
in
Thornton area.
Yes, and some of them are elevated
Mm.
nearby, so
Mm.
that can be an issue as well.
Yes,
So I think there are comparisons.
Okay.
very comparisons of places, and perhaps we could include that as,
Yeah.
as one of those diagrams.
Okay.
Yeah.
yeah, it's, look, because so much effort's been put into this hearing and to assist with our good decision making, I think those comparables are going to be really, really helpful. So thank you for that. And that just reminds me of another question I had thought about when you were presenting your Google Maps. That was those nearby residential areas that you showed us. Are they all noise insulated, and do they have ventilation processes, so when people are sleeping at night, they're comfortable and
Yes,
don't have to open windows or anything like that?
correct.
Yes.
Those are a requirement under the setting.
When you're talking
Yes.
south of the main part.
Well, I think there's any of the Auckland examples.
Certainly that whole area behind the main part of the port, the
Yes.
commercial port,
Yes.
will give you those permissions.
Yes.
I can't get all the permissions, but we'll check those for you.
Yes. Okay. And look, while we're on that plan, another thing I was thinking about was the rail access into the port. I know, well, there is rail access to the port. Is it
It'll
heavy?
show up on the edit. Correct.
Show up?
It
Yes.
goes up along, immediately on the north side of G Street.
Yes. Yes.
So it's right opposite
Yes.
those accommodation places.
Yes.
There's a rail exchange there.
Yes.
We'll make sure that's labelled.
Okay. And are we seeing lots of heavy trains coming and going from the Port of Auckland?
Yeah, the trains are generally operating in the evenings, so they don't clash with commuter services using the
Yes.
same line.
Yes.
And they run them at night. We actually looked not long ago, and they run at night mostly because the commuter, as Rod says, so they are operating in there, and they run very long trains at night
Mm.
from that rail exchange, which will tag on the
Right.
map. Because they have to share the same line.
Thank you. Well, I'll carry on with my second question. Your 6.2, Rod, I raised this issue yesterday that things have moved on in relation to the medium density residential recommendations to us from the council planners. And I'll ask Catherine about this as well. So, yeah, and on that demand side for residential, seems to be that the provision is even greater than it was in the proposed plan. So that was really just an observation. Got a whole lot of can't reads beside these, but now I've got the total package that's been sold. Yes, I'm looking at your 7.4 F. And for me, this is where you talk about potential connectivity and continuity. And I've got two questions about this. You've gleaned already that, you know, and your client, and I think your planner hasn't been intimately involved in the very significant hearings we've had about the centre city hierarchy and the preservation of the central city as a place where people should be living, working, playing. So, and that's a major theme. We've heard a lot, and the council's been sticking to its guns on that. And it flows right down from the strategic objectives, which set the scene for the whole plan. So I'm interested in two matters with this. We had a discussion yesterday about the walkability to the Seaport site from the city. and also just sense of vitality and vibrancy in your experienced urban design person. Do you, in your vision, which you helped the Seaport create, do you see strong connectivity between particularly the western edge of CBD and the Seaport land in terms of connectivity, connection, vitality, vibrancy?
I do, and I think it's a really good question. And we talked at length yesterday about the walking and cycling experience along that water edge path, which has become a significant amenity, not only for locals, but for visitors alike. And, the experience of that land water connection, the ability to move along that edge, that's been tremendous, and it will only be enhanced and strengthen that connectivity between the city centre. I think also it's interesting that the council are now considering greater housing amenity to the west of the city centre as well. So that all speaks to that slow transformation and evolution and a movement to the west in what is arguably a city fringe location, rather than a separate town centre location. We talked yesterday about the Blue Haven example. That's quite a different proposition, and is going to service quite a different need outside the city area. We're suggesting that the vision for the Seaport Land Company's land is nothing like Blue Haven. It's not a shopping centre. It won't have a supermarket. It won't have department stores, which are the traditional shopping centre anchors. It won't have fashion. It's not going to have the business typologies and the activities that would generally be associated with a shopping centre. So I think we've got to take that vision, Blue Haven, out of our minds when we're thinking about what Seaport is, which is really a city fringe location, located next to the water, and one of the most sheltered beaches in the area, with great amenity, which is going to be highly desirable, and the city will expand and grow towards that area. And I think that's being acknowledged from the council through their housing provision, future housing.
I just wanted to, I know David's got some questions
No,
too.
please.
Yeah, but I'll continue this. Let's get down to the tin tax. Can you envisage a young couple living at the Seaport land and maybe with a baby and walking along the coastal walkway and into town as a practical situation, or running back and forth, or walking to work, or is a connectivity that
So close.
and
Yeah.
and viable in your
Yes.
minds?
Well, we heard yesterday from Mr. Wesley that by road, the distance is 3.5 kilometres.
Yes.
So we need to just test what the distance is along the sea path, because we believe that's significantly less. And so, just as you described, the young couple with a child, either walking into town for brunch on a Saturday morning, or just sitting on the edge of the path, throwing out a blanket, kicking the ball around along that edge, or the commuter, the person who lives either in Seaport and works in the city centre, commuting just by walking, or a worker who lives close to the city centre, walking to work for precinct.
Can you see the reverse? So someone living in close to the city centre, getting out the other way as a destination, something that's add to the quality of life.
Jump on your bicycle or your e-scooter, and along the path, or a very easy commute.
Yes. Okay. Well, I think just establishing those realistic walking times, maybe biking times, scootering times, that's a real part of what we're seeing around coastal cities all around the world, and it's a real feature in New Zealand. And I know New Plymouth District sees that coastal walkway as a big asset for its overall tourism attractions. So that's just an observation. I now might want to move to the ideas of commuter rails or trams. just from my own experience, Hawke's Bay, the regional transport plan, which looks at 10 years, there's been some lobbying to include potential rail between the central Hawke's Bay towns and Napier and Hastings. And people are saying, well, that's just not viable, but there are thousands of people on the road between those two centres. So I want to test you a little bit about your vision for rail or tram connection. Here we have, and you talked about motor rail station and then connecting to different parts, and then further west. And this is crystal ball gazing, but we are, as an urban design person, we are looking at massive change over the next 10, 20 years, the life of this plan in relation to multimodal transport and the government's own sort of transport vision and plans around multimodal. Has there been any, is this just pie in the sky, or has there been any real thought discussions, say, with Kiwi Rail about those sorts of use of their assets, and even out as far as Waitara, because I think the train line goes out there. Yeah. So how visionary is this in the life of this plan, which, you know, think about 10 to 15 years, you know, 2035 is the date that the noise experts are using to sort of peer into the future. Is that, given the population we have here and the economics and the reality, fanciful or not?
Well, as I noted in my evidence, we have had conversations with Kiwi Rail and their senior planning manager, and they are considering how they could better utilise the asset that exists in the rail corridor. And yes, they are interested in exploring a commuter service to Motorola, city centre, Bell Block, airport, beyond. So that's not pie in the sky. That's definitely being considered by Kiwi Rail. From my urban design experience, transport is an enabler, and particularly commuter services and stations where those nodes occur, create opportunities for the densification because of the walkable catchments. Because we're just talking about commuting, the ease of commuting, and it generates other uses around each of those nodes and opportunities for growth using the transport as a network to service it. Rail is acknowledged globally as the most efficient way of moving people, particularly commuter traffic, and light rail also. And that's why most larger cities in the world are moving towards rail as their primary commuter service, supplemented by bus. And you talked about hydrogen trucking. There's going to be, with the government's proposed legislation, or not proposed, government's legislation and targets towards zero carbon, there's going to be considerable pressure on current modes to move towards public transport as a primary mover of people in and out of places of employment.
We don't have any transport expertise at this hearing, but I am. Would you anticipate that any light rail or trams would be electricity driven, so we wouldn't be getting diesel engines chugging away up and down in the future?
Light rail, from my understanding, is primarily electrical.
And yeah, given the scale of our smallish community here, cost benefit analysis, do you really, and the population projections we have in front of us from Mr. Heath's work and others, are you really saying to us that that idea in the life of this plan is not fanciful?
It's not fanciful if Kiwi Rail are looking at it.
Yeah. Do you have any evidence for us on what Kiwi Rail are doing? And
Get some more detailed evidence.
yes, well, look, if there are any reports or detailed evidence, I would certainly like to see that. Derek and Aidan, I think that would be, because again, you know, we're considering this opportunity in terms of life of the plan. And I think 2035 is a realistic time frame to think about. Well, I think I'm just about done. And sorry for the questioning, but well, I shouldn't apologise because it's oh, my final question, and this, I'm certainly going to be talking to Catherine about this. This is the evidence you've given us about the logical activities that would establish in a commercial sense in the Seaport development. And we've heard from you, and we've also heard from Catherine, and I think through Derek as well, that, you know, there's no way there's going to be a shoe shop or a ladies/frock shop or anything like that. Currently, as I read the provisions that Catherine's provided, they could just walk straight in if they paid the lease. And so would you be comfortable to limit the range of activities to these marine associated, beach associated activities?
I think it could be provisions made that would focus the activities on marine related businesses. There's always going to be demand for that service retail, the laundry and the key cutter and the cafes that would support people who live and work there. But those are supplementary activities to the main function. And certainly from the examples that I'm familiar with, and I'm just going to go back to Wynyard Quarter. Please, I don't.
That's where you're familiar.
It's a working example.
Yes.
And so you do get the yacht brokers, the ship chandlers, cafes, the real estate offices, food and beverage operators. There's certainly no fashion. There's certainly no department stores. There's one small chemist, which is servicing the needs of the local residents. There's a little medical centre, but they're very small in scale. And one of the provisions as was undertaken in Wynyard Quarter is to limit the size of operations so that it's not possible for some of those city centre operators to.
So you see this as a ways and means through planning provisions?
Yes.
The other one is office. We have had evidence from Mr. Heath and from other retail economists saying that the lifeblood really of CBDs in New Zealand is that office function. Do you see that office facilities are critical to the Seaport vision?
We've suggested that there could be a small office component, which again would support marine related businesses. And certainly, again, drawing from my experience in Wynyard Quarter, the environment creates a really interesting opportunity for people who are in that sort of creative type businesses, whether they be advertising or architects. That we've certainly got our office located in that area. And it seems to attract some of those businesses who are looking for a different price point because the rentals are different from CBD rentals, but an environment that is much more innovative and creative and exciting and very different from a CBD location, because again, the adjacency to the port activity, some people actually enjoy that activity and watching the ships coming and going and the guys work. That's all part of the theatre of a working waterfront. And I can certainly tell you that the fishing operations on North Wharf and Wynyard Quarter draw a lot of interest. The boats unloading the fish, loading the ice back on, the big trucks down there, the noise, the smells. That's all part of the theatre of the waterfront, which you don't get in the city centre. So I just want to stress that it's a very different offer, and the types of commercial businesses that would go down there would be different to the businesses in the city centre.
Certainly, that's the Port Ahuriri situation,
Yeah.
experience in Napier, but because we don't have any evidence on this, might be that the rents might not be too different between, a regional CBD like New Plymouth and that sort of facility. I know for one thing, our office, which is right in the middle of Napier in the Art Deco quarter, we looked for a move out to Ahuriri and rentals for 2 or 3 times. It was expensive there because people just wanted to be there.
Right.
Yeah, so again, this comes back to this key issue, which I think has been undercooked in the evidence in terms of the vitality, vibrancy, security of the current CBD. Okay. Look, I think that's everything I have. Thank you very much, Rod. No more questions? Okay, so I'll give it to you. So, look, your evidence has been fairly well put together. Supplementary evidence is helpful, and you have been of great assistance to us. I'd just like to thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
David, you've got a question now for Ms. Hooper?
Yes. No, sorry, Mr. Muller. This is just my attempt to be helpful to Ms. Hooper, just in terms of a direction to hers, but so nothing for you in particular. But, Ms. Hooper, this is just arising out of yesterday and today and the very last comments that were made by the chair. And I guess it's question is about what's the role and how do we control these additive activities that Mr. Marler's referring to. And for me, there's 2 issues. Firstly, the need. What's the need to control them in terms of function of the town centre zone and the city centre zone and the objectives and policies of those, recognising the advice that we received from both Mr. Osborne and Mr. Heath, who are representing different parties, are largely in agreement on that concept of resident population in those 2 localities, being offices and living, but also the service industries that build up around it in terms of food and beverage, chemist, locksmith, those sort of things, the dry cleaners, not the tattoo parlours. And then the second question is, yeah, and billboard, just like billboards being urban art. And then the second is, if there is a need, what's the appropriate method in the zoning solution at the port for achieving and controlling and mitigating those effects? So that's as succinct as I can make it.
Thank you.
We have Mr. Stiles.
Thank you.
I found we had some noise. So you've got a primary statement and he has a supplementary, which we can hand around. Although it looks like long, it's got plans and things at the back and he's cited various provisions in it, so it's not all well. Yes, he'll walk you through his primary and then read his supplement.
Welcome back, Don. We talked to you last week for another client, so thanks for coming along in person again. It's great to see you.
So think probably the most efficient thing to do would be to paraphrase pretty quickly from my primary statement, just to set the scene for my supplementary. So the noise contour for the inner and outer control boundaries and the operative district plan first determined approximately 24 years ago in 1998. And they were derived from growth forecasts prepared in 1998 as well. Those contours did not include any contribution from the rail line or traffic on local roads. They were rolled into PDP. Those contours from 1998 showed that the Seaport site was predicted to be exposed to much lower port noise levels than 65 LDN at the ICB. And as you've heard from Mr. Lloyd yesterday, the noise levels are around 55 to 58 dB. Seaport site was only included in the ICB because it fell within the cadastral boundaries of land used for port-related activities, not because of noise exposure. As I mentioned, those same control boundaries rolled into the PDP in 2019 without any analysis or testing of the appropriateness of those locations, notwithstanding the approximately 20-year time that passed. I did a comprehensive review of the Marshall Day assessment that was provided, I think, about 3 months ago. I raised some issues with that assessment. The first was that it included noise from traffic on public roads. That was Bailey Road, very public section of it, including a level crossing. Mr. Fitzgerald's removed that now, which is helpful. I also raised the issue of trains on the rail line. And I mentioned in my primary statement that I'd accept that once the train gets inside the port, inside the controlled area of the port, the noise from the loading and unloading and movements and shunting is appropriate to include in the model, but not movements along the rail line itself when it's out of the port. I also raised the issue that there were 20 train movements a day. Mr. Fitzgerald's helpfully reduced that now to 20 a week. And probably the most important thing was that I raised the fact that there were noise sources that are not on port land, no longer functioning, that were included in the 2021 and 2035 noise models. The main noise sources are reach stacker operating on the Seaport site 12 hours a day, 5 days a week. And you've already heard, and you'll hear again, I think, that Seaport have no plans to operate any machinery or activities on their site. So they were the main issues. Mr. Fitzgerald addressed some of those in his statement of evidence, but some persist. I've written a supplementary statement that goes a bit deeper into some of those issues that persist and why I think they should be dealt with. Going to that now, actually, just ahead of that, I have prepared some information at the back of this on the Wynyard Quarter noise provisions. And I do have some diagrams that I'd like to refer to. Steen has those, and we'll get those up on the screen at the appropriate time. Right. Yep. And I just wanted to foreshadow that they would probably form a part of the package that you requested during Samala. And I think there's some relevant parts that would be incorporated into that. But I thought that while I'm here before you, I could give some technical acoustic advice on what it all means.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Stiles. And you possibly cover it, but in your clause D of your executive summary, where you talk about the noise sources on port land that are no longer functioning, you mentioned the reach stacker. There was a second item that we discussed with Mr. Lloyd yesterday, a lift. Mr. Lloyd, can you just help me there? What was the second? Container lift. Yes,
I have a diagram
Yeah.
and some
What comes to-
nice visuals. They're a bit more pixelated than Mr. Marla's, but you'll get
yes.
the idea.
So my question is, you are going to deal with that? Thank you.
So going now to my supplementary statement, I think I'll start at 1.2. Some of these sections I might go relatively quickly through, but otherwise I'll read it. If that's okay with you. So starting at 1.2, I remain of the views set out in my primary statement. Nothing's changed for me, not in principle anyway. Evidence that Mr. Fitzgerald describes some adjustments he has made to the modelling, and then he sets out the reasons why he supports retaining the SLC site inside the RCB. As I've already set out, I think there's a number of issues with the modelling work. Some of those issues persist. So the original noise modelling included traffic on public roads owned by the council, train noise from land owned by Kiwi Rail, and modelling based on 20 trains per day on the rail line. Mentioned that I've already commented that those are inappropriate. Mr. Fitzgerald stated that those matters are not material to his evidence and the conclusions. Well, I disagree with that. I think that those issues are significant, and I think that they are fundamental to the veracity of confidence in the entire noise model and its inputs. Review Mr. Fitzgerald evidence, and I have identified some additional areas and problems. And again, in my view, those areas and issues are critical. Moving to 2.9, trains on the rail line exceeding the port noise limit at night. So this is just because they persisted, these issues, I thought that they deserved a bit of a deeper dive to find out whether there are any other issues. So as I set out in my primary statement, the noise from the trains on the line is not port noise, as that term is defined in the relevant New Zealand standard. I'll go into that a bit later. They should be dealt with under the road and rail noise provisions elsewhere in the proposed district plan, and that's what we were here last week for. 2.10 I've already covered. 2.11, Mr. Fitzgerald makes clear that he supports the inclusion of train noise from trains on the line in the noise modelling and the port noise controls. Difference between his original work and the work in his evidence is that we now have 20 trains per week instead of 20 per day. Including the noise from trade movements on the line has the effect of making the port noise emissions look bigger than they actually are or will be.
John, can I just ask clarification on 2.11? We did have evidence last week that about 2 trains a day is the current long-term average, I suppose. So 20 over 5 days is 4 trains, isn't it?
Yes, that would be 2 in, 2 out.
Okay, so there's movements. Movements, so it's the same issue we get with traffic. Okay, that's great, thanks.
I think we can turn the page there. 2.14, the noise from the train line was not included in the 1998 noise modelling carried out by Mr. Day. Despite raising that issue in my primary statement, Mr. Fitzgerald has not addressed why it was not included then, but is included now. I wonder, Christina, if we could go to the Appendix A document that I sent to you.
What the reason of that?
Yes. Right. That's my original,
Oh,
sorry.
sorry.
It's attached to the back of this statement.
You've got that, Mr. Chair, and
Certainly it's shown on board, but are these additional statements, have they been made available to people that are listening in online?
No, they haven't been put online, but they've
No.
circulated within.
Yes, but what about people on the wall?
No,
No. I think it's quite important. I think we'll just take an early break. Make sure that we can get those, and all the ones that I think are coming forward. Yeah, and get them emailed around, and we'll come back at say 25 past. Have a pit stop and make sure everyone's got the same material we're seeing. Thank you. Get back with you, John. I think you. Yes, so welcome back, everyone. We're back with John, and he's got an image up for us, Appendix A, to talk through. Oh, but before you start, I just wanted to confirm that for those that are listening in, all of these supplementary statements from Seaport, I think Christine's emailed everyone she's got contact for, but they're also online now on the New Plymouth District Council hearings portal. Those have been posted as well. So if you can't follow what's being said with the new evidence, that's where it is. Thank you.
Right, so I think I was at paragraph 2.15 and looking at the diagram on the screen. So this is Appendix A to my evidence, but clearly it's a snip from Mr. Fitzgerald's appendices. This is figure 3B, which is the noise contours for the future peak operations in 2035. Centered on the Seaport site. There's two issues on this diagram I'm going to talk about, and then I'll talk about another issue on another diagram that makes it clearer. Issue number one that I've labelled in my rebuttal statement talks about train noise from the section of line outside the port that runs around the back of the Seaport site. It is 2.5. So this appendix shows that the section of the rail line that Mr. Fitzgerald has included in his noise model is between the ICB and the OCB. So it's outside the ICB. This means that if it is indeed a port noise source, then it will be controlled by the standards in Noise East 1-6 BDP, which are the port noise controls. So that standard 2.16, that standard sets out the following noise limits. I've emphasised one section in blue and one section in green. So the noise control in section 1 there relates to the ICB. It says the maximum noise generated from activities is measured in accordance with the port noise standard. When measured at any point at or landward of the ICB shown on the planning maps, the noise level in A shall not exceed 65 dB LDN. In B, there's a specific nighttime noise limit. It says on any day between 10 PM and 7 AM, noise generated shall not exceed 60 dB LAEQ over a 9-hour period, provided that no single 15-minute sound measurement shall exceed 65 decibels LAEQ and 85 decibels LA max. Come back to the green bit. So actually, no, I'll read the green bit now. So the green text in green subsection 2 is the noise control that applies at or beyond the OCB. That simply has a noise limit applying at night on any day between 10 PM to 7 AM. Following day, the noise generator shall not exceed 50 decibels LAEQ over 9 hours. provided that no single 15-minute sound measurement level shall exceed 55 decibels LAEQ and 75 dB Lmax. Those, just before I carry on, I know you've heard a fair bit of noise evidence before, but I just want to make sure that you're comfortable with those terms.
Yeah, yes, I'll hand over to David because he's poised.
It's a yes. But I'm always conscious in saying yes that next minute I'm exposed. So can I just clarify in your 2.16, the rule 1, is that the area between the ICB and the OCB?
That's correct. It says at any point at or
Or
land
landward. And 2 is at or beyond the OCB.
It's the same wording, at any point at or landward
Yeah.
of the OCB.
Yes, so
Doesn't have to be at a house.
no. So graphically, clause 1 is dealing with the interface between the two noise contours, and clause 2 is dealing with the area south of the OCB. Or landward of.
Landward of.
Landward of. Thank you.
And just one point of clarification for me, the B provision in 1 and the provision in 2, this is for sources that come and go and might be like a train rolling through, comes and goes. Is that why it's couched in this sort of way? Or is it sort of intermittent noise, or is that too simplistic?
The primary port noise control is the LDN metric,
Yes.
which is essentially an average over
Average.
24 hours.
Yes.
Empty at night. That is averaged even further over 5 days. So that's a very coarse, if you like, measurement, and there's significant opportunity for variation in that time frame. So you could have one night where it's really noisy and still comply with a 5-day average. So the rules also contain, contain a 9-hour nighttime average. And then a 15-minute average limit as well. So that just limits the fluctuation.
Yes.
Over time. And then the Lmax is the bang and clang or crash or
So the LMAX is control anytime
only at night.
at night time. Yes. So when I had 2 unfortunate experiences based with Hamilton. The first one was posted there as a young planner. The second one is I happened to buy my first house there and was told by the real estate agent that the Auckland to Tauranga line didn't operate at night. And got a huge shock about 3 heavy trains rolling through the first night I was there. So trains, heavy trains, do they at night time, do they normally sort of stay within the 85? Is that, or can they get louder than that? Because I was just looking at this 15-minute sound measurement, as I said, we could hear them coming and then they'd crash through and then we'd hear them going for another sort of few minutes. Is that what that provision is designed for? Is that something quite different?
These, I guess this is part of my point, that these provisions aren't really designed to deal with rail noise. Trains along here, along this section of line, will be travelling pretty slowly.
Yes.
They've either just started or about to stop.
Yes.
But they will almost certainly exceed the 85 dB
Okay.
LMX level.
That's not your point. Your point is that the train noise isn't covered in the point noise
My view is that both of these things are relevant.
relevant.
The first point is that train noise, once it's out of the port, is not.
Yes.
The second point is that if it was included here, see the noise controls. It's flying at night.
Thank you.
So I'll just come back to my statement at 2.17. So it's clear that the Mr. Fitzgerald's noise contour diagrams show that the rail line is landward of the ICB, and I agree with that. That's the very small inset picture on the screen at the bottom in the centre. Clearly shows there that the line is south of the ICB. So as I say there, the noise standard requires that the level landward of the ICB must not exceed 65 dB LA every 15 minutes, and 85 Lmax at night time. I've done measurements of train noise in many locations, including Hamilton. Based on those numerous measurements of train noise that I've undertaken, I consider there's no way that the noise of trains moving on the line can comply with the noise limit of 85 dB LA max at any point landward of the ICB. So compliance with those noise limits highlighted in blue, the ICB, means that if port noise does include train movements, as Mr. Fitzgerald contends, trains could not operate at night and comply with the noise limits that apply at the ICB. It's simply not possible to have a noise source that generates noise that is significantly greater than the limits operating in that area when those limits apply. To get around this, the train movements would have to be restricted to between 7 AM and 10 PM to ensure compliance with those port noise controls. At 2.20, I talk about how we've got this issue at the OCB as well. I'll read 2.21 first. The residentially zoned properties at 2 Peace Avenue, 51 and 53 Breakwater Road, just landward of the OCB and approximately 25 metres from the rail line. So looking at the diagram at the top, they're actually partly covered by the inset on the right at the bottom. You can see number 51 there. And you can see where the OCB is essentially 25 odd metres from the railway line. So at that point and at those houses, trains at night have to comply with a noise limit of 75 dB Lmax. Again, based on those noise measurements that I've undertaken all over the place, the LAF max noise level of the freight train will exceed 75 decibels at that distance of 25 metres from the OCB. So again, at 2.22, the noise limits highlighted in green, the previous page, mean that if port noise includes train movements, trains could also not operate at night and comply with the noise limits applying landward the OCB. So the overall result of including train noise movements on the line as port noise is that train movements would have to be limited to daytime, 7 AM to 10 PM, to comply with those noise controls. This would be a new limitation on the port and the rail, and one that is not commented on in Mr. Fitzgerald's evidence, and I think he might have overlooked that. Mr. Dingle does not address the restriction on rail movements to daytime only in his evidence. My view is that such a restriction would be a significant limitation in the flexibility that Mr. Dingle says seeking, which their customers, and I know the rail customers, will often require.
What is the factual situation? Does the data on rail movements extend to times a day that trains 2 in, 2 out a day are running, or Mr. Dingle might, surely Kiwi Rail would have a record of when trains are coming and going, or the port might.
There's no trains at night.
So that currently there's no trains at night. Yes, and so the evidence we have is that there was trains at night. Kiwi Rail operating those would be in contravention of the noise limits in the plan.
Under Mr. Fitzgerald's scenario, where trains are included.
So what about just, it wasn't anything to do with the port noise standard?
There wouldn't be any issue.
Thank you.
So whether if there's no trains at night at the present time, then there's no compliance issue here, but it does mean that this limitation will extend the life of the plan. At 2.26, in my view, if the noise from train movements on the rail line is left out of the port noise model and the port noise controls, as Mr. Day and Mr. Higley considered appropriate in 1998, managed using the road and rail noise standards noise 3, as they will be in the rest of the district. And the daytime restriction on train movements falls away. So for the reasons I set out in my primary statement, for the reasons set out above, I consider that noise from train movements on the railway line must be excluded from the noise modelling. Port noise controls be addressed by those provisions. 3. Appropriate.
Furiously trying to keep up, Mr. Stiles, but I think I'm there. Your 226 paragraph is important, and all I'm signalling is good to have a comment from Ms. Hooper, Ms. Carter, and Mr. Wesney on the likelihood of the road and rail noise standards applying in that scenario. So, not a question for you, but I'm just trying to signal for those three planners that if they could comment on that at the appropriate time, that would be useful.
Perhaps I could give you part of the answer. It's slightly complicated in that the panel from last week have some decisions to make about whether it's based on whether the rail noise controls are based on forecast movements or whether it's regionally significant infrastructure and simply deserves protection on that basis. That's well above my pay grade. But certainly the road noise controls will apply here on the state highway. So that will cover the trucks coming in and out.
That's a given.
That's a given, as I understand it.
It's just that you said if noise train movements is left out of the port noise model, that suggests that as the rules are drafted at the moment, they're not.
As the rules drafted at the moment, because Mr. Fitzgerald has included it in here,
Yes.
then it will be.
Yeah. And was managed using the road and rail noise in noise S3 as an alternative. That presumably would require a change to the drafting of the rule framework. That to occur.
No, no, it simply requires adjustment of these noise models to remove rail from them so that the location of these boundaries can be properly informed.
Okay, sorry, I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just struggling to understand there. There's two potential sources of control here. One is the port noise rules, and then there's the road and rail corridor rules. And all I'm trying to understand is, as notified, which rules prevail, and in your view, is there a need to change which rules prevail?
Let me start with the road and rail set first, because they're probably the easiest. If it is decided that rail noise controls are included in the plan as it's drafted, then it will control development around the railway line right up to probably beyond the port gates. So that's very binary. If rail noise is included, it will do that. And going out of the port controls, it's a little more complicated because what is port noise and what isn't is the debate. My view is that the rail noise beyond the port gates should not be included. That was the situation in the ODP. Port's case is that it should be included. That's why it's assisting in these noise contour diagrams. And so if these contour diagrams are used to inform the location of boundaries, and for argument's sake to keep the ICB south of the Seaport site, then all of the noise sources that are used in this,
need to then be included in compliance with the port standards.
Yes,
One follows the other.
yeah, understand that. Thank you. Thanks for that indulgence.
Don, what's the situation around the rest of the country?
So it's a point I was going to address at the end.
Okay, well, you have to deal with it now.
I can deal with it now. So in paragraph, perhaps the reference isn't important, but Mr. Fitzgerald's statement, he talks about other ports and the way rail is treated. I've checked those and I'm familiar with some of them from doing work in those areas. And in all those cases, the rail noise is included until you get to a point where the train is essentially outside of the controlled area of the port. So in the case of Auckland, it's included up until essentially the underpass under Monkey Drive. At Port Chalmers, I've got the diagrams I can show you if you wanted to, but at Port Chalmers, the inclusion of rail essentially stops as it leaves the port. There's no apparent sort of gate there. Can't have a gate across the railway line. But the contours cross the railway line at the point where the railway line leaves the port.
So look, I think these Port and Napier is my sort of bellwether in terms of knowing it intimately. Again, there's a clear demarcation of where the rail enters the port gates, and then it goes, leaves there, crosses the road, and then heads into the rail yard at Ahuriri, which is part of the mixed use zone. So again, these plans that you're preparing might, yeah, just pick up as the sort of the port. Yeah, that the inside port, outside port features in those other examples.
It is sometimes a difficult distinction because there might be shunting and other things going on inside the port and the loading of trains, and it gets complicated to draw the line between what is port and what is not. So it seems to me the sensible thing to do is say anything inside the port gates. Port. So 228, noise sources exceeding the port noise limit, issue number 2. So this is still on the screen in front of us. So figures C3, 3A, 3B, and 3C of Mr. Fitzgerald's evidence includes noise sources and contours for 2035 future scenario. Those have been updated in the models. And there's a noise source in there identified as U1.1 container lift. This is located on Kiwi Rail land just east of the Seaport site. So on the screen, right on the right-hand side, there's a red, dark red. Yep, right there. I've got some commentary there about issue 2. So this noise source was present in the noise models attached to the original Marshall Day assessment, but its effect on the contours then was not readily apparent because of the effect of having 20 train movements a day, which pushed the contours out and made it all red and you couldn't really tell. And trucks on the public section of Bailey Road. With the removal of those sources from that model, the effect of the container lift is now far more obvious in the recent contour diagrams. The noise source is located landward of the ICB, inside the OCB. See it clearly between the 2 dashed lines. The noise controls in noise S16 apply landward of the ICB, as I've already set out. There are residentially zoned properties approximately 25 metres from this noise source inside the ICB, and you can see that block of dwellings in the inset at the bottom right.
Inside the OCB, isn't it?
Correct. So this diagram on the screen shows the noise contours arising from the container lift in this location. The darkest red contour in the centre is the 65 dB LDN contour. The lighter contours depict lower noise levels. So the clear area inside, sorry, Christine, can you go to the one on the right? Yeah, that one there. Thank you. The clear area indicates noise levels greater than 65 dB LDE. Noise limits in noise S16 make it clear that the noise level anywhere landward of the ICB must not exceed 65 dB LDE.
Well, thanks for clarifying this. This was my questions the other day, it seemed like, that reds are highest, but then you got higher inside. So that needs to be, there's no colour brighter than red maybe, but that's the point, isn't it?
That's the point. So those figures of Mr. Fitzgerald's evidence clearly demonstrate that the noise level of the container lift exceeds that port noise limit of 65 dB LDE landward of the ICB. 2.36, I acknowledge that it's based on the container lift operating in daytime. But for completeness, if it were used at night, it will also exceed the nighttime limits. I'll read all of those out beyond the ICB, and it will very likely exceed the nighttime noise limit beyond the OCB as well.
Including the LMAX.
Including the LMAX. You may be able to operate it very quietly and comply, but I'm saying it's likely that it
Just one point of clarification, that right hand, the smaller red blob, is that on Port land or is it on SLC land?
it's on
That's the Kiwi Rail.
That's on Kiwi Rail land. And is that operational, that container lift?
not included in the 2021 noise contours.
Yes. Is it there?
My understanding is it's not.
So the container lift is to put containers onto a train.
From trucks to trains or vice versa.
Okay, thank you.
So 2.37, in my view, it's obvious that the container lift exceeds junior port noise controls applying landward of the ICB. I think Cheryl might have looked at that. And obviously, for the reasons set out above, I think that noise from the container lift outside the ICB must be excluded from the modelling and port noise controls. And the next issue is a very quick one. Christine, can you go to the next slide, please? Next page. That one there. This one's very simple. The diagrams, these diagrams show that the noise from trucks on Pakido Street have been included in the model. See, the main diagram is figure 3C of Mr. Fitzgerald's evidence. This is the future peak operations in 2035. See, I've got two black ovals there, one showing the noise source in the model going it's a bit hard to find, but you can see it running through that section of public road. The inset at the top is from the PDP General GIS mapping service that shows that section is a public road. No impediment to driving in there. Public. So it's a minor point, but it's part of the bigger picture, in my view, and that noise needs to be taken out of the model. Issue 4, port noise sources inside the Seaport site. Actually, you can stay there. Stay right on that diagram. So there's a dialog box on the right there, some black lines coming from it that point to the X1.1, the X1.2, and the U2.1. These are all trucks going in and out of the Seaport site. X1.2 is a reach stacker operator. So I think if just going to check my appendices, that sets out what it looks like. Some noise contour diagrams that I I think it's the one we were just on, it's the best one. So upper page. So that central big red dark line with the clear area inside it, yep, that one there. That shows the effect of the noise levels emanating from the operation of the reach stacker. Sort of more faintly or subtly to either side, you can see that, particularly on the right-hand side, the red contours extend out a little bit in an easterly direction, so that's a minor contribution from the trucks. They're much quieter, and of course transient as well. So again, as with a container lift, that clear area inside indicates noise levels over 65 LD. Back to my statement at 241. So my primary statement sets out my understanding that SLC own the SLC site. They have no intention of carrying out any port-related activities on the site. I understand that they'll be not operating a reach stacker as part of any cool store or port-related activities you heard from Mr. Hawke yesterday. Despite this, we still have reach stackers and trucks on the Seaport site in 2035. Mr. Fitzgerald appears to agree that the port noise sources on the SLC site should be excluded from the models depicting the current scenario, as they're not used at the moment. Notwithstanding that, he has reintroduced the reach stacker and truck movements in the noise modeling for the year 2035. He states that the representative activities are retained as representative of port zone activities in the future planning scenario. As I understand it, the port would either have to own the land in question or be able to reasonably demonstrate that the land will continue to be used for port-related activities into the future to justify having those noise sources on the site. I've already covered there at 2.46, and you heard from Mr. Hawke yesterday that there's just clearly no intention to have any port noise sources on the site.
At 2.47, you use the term agreeing with Mr. Lloyd that this is an unrealistic scenario.
That's correct.
For our purposes, this is a term that we hear quite often. Is it a fanciful scenario as a noise expert to put into a noise model?
So far as I'm qualified to use that word, I would say yes. Based on what I understand, I would say yes.
And just not appropriate to include in the noise model.
That's my position.
Okay.
2.48. I consider that all noise sources on the SLC land should be removed from the port noise models for the reasons I've already spoken of. As I set out in my primary statement, doing so, removing those port noise sources will bring the predicted future port noise levels down to approximately 55 to 58 dB. Next, I just want to make it one point clear. It's very hard to determine whether that's correct or not. They are upper estimates because we just can't see from this diagram. Port noise is going to be more of an issue at the front and at the west of the site, and virtually really an issue at all on the south side. But of course, you've got state highway and rail noise to continue as well. So
Before you move on to issue 5, Mr. Stolz, just want to test that 2.47 again, and there will be questions to Mr. Dingle on this also. But to your knowledge, is there a reach stacker on the port land outside of the SLC land currently?
I think the best way to give you the most certain answer is to check current port noise maps.
Yes, but you don't know offhand. You don't know at this point in time.
So just repeat the question, please.
Is there a port stacker on port-owned land currently?
Yes, there is.
And where is it located?
It's just down by the store, which is just inside the east gate of Port Taranaki, next to the yacht club.
Next to the yacht club. Sorry, my, that's a reach stacker that, and is it currently operating?
From time to time, yes, we don't do containers at the moment, but the reach stack is very useful for carting other things around the port.
Conscious that but if you can just indulge me, is there, oh, look, I'll wait until you present before I ask this question. I guess the question though to you, Mr. Stiles, is has the modelling taken account of the noise contours from the existing reach stacker near the yacht club? Is that something you can really answer, or do you need?
If you can give me maybe 30 seconds.
Sure.
on
While you're doing it, the reason I'm asking that is I'm trying to understand what the rationale might be for the inclusion of a second reach stacker, and in terms of the planning period that's in front of us. Clearly, position of Seaport is that if there is one, it won't be on Seaport land. It's a given. What I'm trying to understand is if there is a need for a second one, where might it be located, and what might that do to the noise contours in terms of particularly the location of the ICB?
I don't know if I can answer that
No,
question.
I know you can't.
Yeah.
But the question I have put to you is the current use of the reach stacker accounted for in the modelling?
Sure. I can- Yeah, there's a list. In the appendices to Mr. Fitzgerald evidence, there is a list. It's suddenly showing as a blank white page on my machine.
Yeah.
Yeah. That exists, it should be in this current model. Isn't it? Be up in that red area, sort of. Up the top.
That's fine. I guess I was just trying to understand what your understanding was in terms of the modelling for that. And you're saying you're a little bit uncertain as to whether it's included.
I'm just saying it hasn't been a focus of my evidence.
Sure.
So
Okay, thank you.
it is actually showing, sorry, for. Just check what diagram I'm looking at here. So for the historic peak operations in 2022, it's showing 4 reach stackers operating.
I wonder, Craig, if you're listening in, Mr. Fitzgerald, you could help us with this because we're reaching, and you've probably got the answer at your fingertips.
I do. So to start with, Mr. Stiles is right. In the historic model, there are 4 reach stackers, I think it is. Yes. And then that was when they handled containers on the wharf. In the current scenario, there aren't any reach stackers, but there are diesel forklifts. So they're essentially a smaller version of the same thing. And then in the future scenario, there is 1 reach stacker shown on the SLC site. And over by the yacht club is a diesel forklift. So of a similar function, different size.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
So up to 2.50, issue 5. This is the rail line being not being included in the 1998. So I've already mentioned how the rail noise is not included in ODP. 2.51, I expect that rail noise was excluded from that original noise modelling in 1998 because the noise is generated by rail movements on land designated for railway purposes. It's not a genuine port activity on land used for port purposes. So it fits inside the port gates. Mr. Higley may have been aware that it would create a constraint for Kiwi Rail or the port, as I've described above. That's the data. As I've already set out, noise from the trains on that line should be removed from the model. Now I move away from the diagrams for a short time and talk about some of the other issues. So this one is zoning alone as the determinant of the ICB. There are 7.16 of his evidence, Mr. Fitzgerald states that the SLC site is in the port zone, so it is appropriately located within the ICB. It seems to me that Mr. Fitzgerald is content to rely on the zoning of the SLC site to justify its inclusion within the ICB, rather than the relevant noise environment and the future uses. In my view, that's it's a very selective approach to determining the correct location for contours. Section 6.4.2 of the Port Noise Standard sets out a range of matters that should be considered when setting the noise control boundaries. List item F of that section states that current and future port capacity and proposed port operations is a matter for consideration. As I mentioned, I understand the port has no realistic prospect of operating reach stackers or trucks on the SLC site.
Don, I'd like to get your opinion on the future period. Craig's gone out to 2035. For planning purpose, do you think that's a reasonable? Now, we've got a district plan that theoretically lasts for 10 years, but we know they tend to last quite a bit longer than that. Is the 2035 future period a reasonable planning period to deal with that requirement in the standard?
It's a difficult question. The Port Noise Standard doesn't have a fixed recommendation, but it does talk about, I think the word is appropriate, similar, to review these contours every 10 years. So we're looking at a period of 13 years. There's always the balance between forecast uncertainty and future planning.
Perhaps a direct answer would be helpful.
Yes.
Is the 2035 period appropriate for our planning for future, an appropriate period for us to consider? Yes or no? Yes. Thank you.
So 3.5. Furthermore, the SLC site is outside the 65 dB contour and is only likely to be exposed to port noise levels of 55 to 58. And the SLC site is not being used for port activities, it's not intended to be. In my view, there's no continuing justification to include the SLC site inside the ICB if the full set of requirements in the port noise standard are followed. Note that Mr. Lloyd agrees with my primary statement on this. Noise sensitive activities inside the OCB. That is paragraph 7.17. Mr. Fitzgerald states that he supports permitting noise sensitive activities inside the OCB if they are insulated and the residential area and zoning arrangement is existing. He goes on to state that he does not support the same approach for new residential zones. He states this would be a new land use planning zone. I understand that his concerns relate to zoning the SLC site as mixed use and shifting the ICB so that the SLC site is now between the two noise control boundaries. The Port Noise Standard makes it clear that residential noise activities should be permitted activities, and that's the quote, inside the OCB, subject to acoustic treatment. That's contrary to Mr. Fitzgerald's view that in mixed use zoning, that should be outside the ICB. Problematic. As contemplated in the Port Noise Standard, residential activity could include large lot sizes, single houses, backyards, barbecue areas, trampolines on back lawns, and generally environments where outdoor activity and amenity is an important part of the lifestyle. By contrast, mixed use zoning, sort ways, I see promotes more of an apartment style living arrangement. Based on my conversations with Mr. Marler and from reading his evidence, I understand that a vibrant and active environment is desired for the SLC site. Based on my experiences with similar developments, I consider a moderate degree of port noise would be easily tolerated, consistent with the port noise standard. That is also consistent with the proposed plan rules applying to land uses within the OCB. I consider that the proposed mixed-use zoning is also significantly less sensitive to port noise than a traditional residential zone. As I set out in my primary statement, mixed-use zoning requires a significantly greater level of acoustic treatment than the port noise insulation provisions of PDP. Residents of the mixed-use precinct will therefore enjoy a significantly quieter indoor noise environment than the occupants of the residential zone inside the OCB. They will also have lower expectations for outdoor acoustic amenity arising from the style of development and the proposed no complaints covenant. I cover that, my perspective on that in my primary statement as well.
Your paragraph 313, and this is probably just a function that I wasn't involved in the port noise hearing, but what I'm not understanding is the relationship between the controls in the MUZ zone and the controls in the
Inside the OCB.
yeah, and it's a noise issue and it's a planning issue combined. I don't know if I can expect an answer now, but at some stage it would be good to understand that relationship, because particularly to put any weight on what you say in 313.
I can give you a summary answer now.
It's relatively straightforward. Just for my benefit, would be useful.
So for a residential property inside the OCB, it has to be acoustically treated to meet an indoor noise level of 40 dB LDN.
And I had to work.
That is based on the outdoor noise level that that dwelling will receive. So the very most, or the very highest degree of attenuation would be for a dwelling right at the ICB, where it could be exposed to 65 decibels. So you'd simply take 40 away from that, and you've got your noise level reduction that's required.
Yes.
Be 25. So that's the very worst case.
Yes. And just tell me on that, what's the modern building practices? What does that involve in terms of interventions, in terms of glazing or materials or that sort of thing?
At 25 decibels, you would need, a modern home would probably achieve that without too much difficulty. Would simply need, most common solution is air conditioning to stay cool in summer, in the evenings, night, and a mechanical fresh air supply to meet G4 of the building code. As you get further away from the ICB and move back to the OCB and the noise level is quieter, most existing houses would probably achieve the noise level reduction requirement.
With your existing attenuation?
And they still need, though, the air conditioning and mechanical fresh air supply.
Yeah. What sort of magnitude of reduction are we talking about in terms of, 25 at close to the boundary, as you move further towards the OCB, what's the sort of reduction in the level of attenuation to achieve the noise standard inside the home?
So at the OCB, if you're right there, the noise level can't exceed 55. So that results in a 15 dB reduction.
Yes.
You can just about or just get that from through a partially open window as well. So there might be cases right on the edge where you don't need your heat pump and ventilation. Certainly for rooms facing away from the port, you could probably get away without it.
So the method's 55 to 40, 10, 15 dB.
So then the mixed use, the reason I've gone into noise level reductions is because the mixed use provisions are specified in terms of noise level reduction. So it doesn't, those provisions don't really care what the outdoor noise level is or what the indoor level is. You simply have to achieve a reduction across the facade. That set of standards requires, it's complicated, D2E, MNTW plus CTA, I'm not going to bother about that. It's more or less the same level of reduction as it's numerically stated standard. So if it says 30 dB, D2E, MNTW plus CTA, it's 30 decibels. So that requires 30 decibels for reduction from outside to inside of bedrooms, 25 in other habitable rooms. So if we have a situation, Seaport site, where it's, let's say, worst case, 58 dB LDN outside, take 30 off that, 28 outside. Which is a lot quieter than the 40 as required by the OCB control.
Those are rules that are governed by the ICB. This scenario governed by the ICB rules in the plan as it's notified.
Those, the latter mixed use ones are governed by, that's the mixed use control.
That is the mixed use.
So they're existing in the plan.
Yes.
First lot in the land use controls related to port noise.
Yes.
Second lot in the mixed use zone in the plan, which are not subject to this hearing. Not land. The mixed use are tougher on people. So clients are.
So if there was to be a change in zone over the Seaport site to mixed use, the latter scenario that you've outlined would automatically apply. And would place the earlier scenario that you've described.
The better scenario. So it would, that's where we would have a 30 decibel reduction across the facade.
Yes.
Getting late 20s in bedrooms.
And in terms of rule mechanics, that would, if you would simply by the zone change, there wouldn't need to be any further tinkering with the rules.
It is, as I mentioned in my rebuttal statement, it is dealt with, I think, at length in my primary statement.
Not doubting that, just my ability to get my head around it. So
Sure.
it does raise another issue, and I don't want to raise it now, but I want you to be alert to it, and that's noise exposure for residents in the outdoor environment within the SLC site. I guess the questions that are in front of my mind is what controls, if any, are there, and should there be? And I'm taking that question from Mr. Marler's evidence yesterday about how this environment could develop in terms of residential balconies, outdoor living spaces, those sort of things, and why they don't achieve the same level of protection as residents inside.
So I think I probably can answer that now. I cover it in my primary statement, so you can read that in your own time. Really, there's two issues. One is the port noise standard and the ODP and the PDP all say that residential is permitted inside the OCB, subject to the dwelling insulation controls. So
That's the area between the OCB and the OCB. Yep.
So those provisions are not concerned with the outdoor noise level.
Yes, I understand that.
The second point really is that the outdoor noise levels typically, or won't be, they're controlled by the ICB. They're not that great. As I mentioned, just earlier in my rebuttal statement, that this style of mixed use development, in my experience, and I'll talk about Wynyard Court soon, doesn't really rely on outdoor community sort of peacefulness as a residential zone might. And I'm a resident of Auckland. I've spent a fair bit of time in Wynyard Quarter with the kids on the water feature and watching the fishing boats come down, all the things. So, I'm the epitome of what Mr. Marler was talking about. We've spent some time down there. And it can be noisy. And I've been down there on days when ships are being sandblasted or bead blasted. and it's very noisy, but it just doesn't seem to affect what goes on. The area is still packed with people, the restaurants are still busy, you can still converse. Doesn't seem to affect it. That particular day would have been at noise levels well over what we would see on the Seaport side.
What sort of level?
Yes, on my aerometer, it would have been around 70. It was quite loud. Now, again, I talk about when you quarter the noise provisions there allow for that.
Yes. You said, and I might not have written this down correctly, that in terms of outdoor noise levels, these are controlled by the OCB and they're not great.
By the ICB.
By the OCB.
So I guess we're talking about SLC's proposal now,
Yes.
and we're talking about the ICB being seaward of the SLC site.
Yes.
So it couldn't exceed 65 dB LBE. Absolutely have to acknowledge that that is a longer term average, so there will be fluctuation. But that's important because if there is a period of higher noise levels, then there has to be a much longer period of quieter noise levels to bring the average down.
Yeah. I understand that. I've just corrected my notes. So make that ICB. Okay.
Go up to 3.13.
Yeah.
So 3.13, as we just talked about, in my view, the proposed mixed use zoning is significantly less sensitive to port noise than a traditional residential zone. As set out in my primary statement, mixed use zoning requires a significantly greater level of acoustic treatment than the port noise insulation provisions in the PDP. The residents of the mixed use precinct will therefore enjoy a significantly quieter indoor noise environment than the occupants of the res zone inside the OCB. And they'll also have lower expectations for outdoor acoustic amenity arising from that style of development and the no complaints coming.
John, I did have a supplementary around the outdoor position. This comes back to the functional and realistic outdoor living opportunities in New Plymouth District. Constantly reminded by Julie Straka that New Plymouth is the sunshine capital of New Zealand and has enjoyed that record for a couple of years, I think. But again, you know, you would have heard this and given evidence on this issue of while people might be fine inside, it's the outside, particularly at night time. If you know you want to have windows open, and that, you know, what is the reality here in New Zealand, and particularly in New Plymouth with the weather situation, I suppose, for outdoor living and playing. You know, maybe at dinner time, those sort of things.
Well, in my view, the answer to that question is probably a bit of a planning answer, and maybe I could help
You could
with
just
my
help
experience.
your experience, yes.
My experience is that the expectations around outdoor amenity vary significantly depending on the situation you're in. Some people will go to significant lengths to find somewhere that's quiet, to get peace and tranquility and bird noise and what have you. And I feel phone calls, inquiries from people who want to know how much noise some of the surrounding, you know, quarries, for example, are allowed to make. And if I bought this property over here, would it be nice and quiet? And I can give them advice on that. Other people just don't care, and actually some people find the vibrancy and the noise associated with that to be attractive for a living environment. I think the respite element is critical, so you've got to be able to go inside and shut the door and have quiet. I think that's really important. But in these mixed use type environments, city centre living and waterfront living, my experience is that the outdoor noise is significantly less of an issue than it can be elsewhere.
I think it's a fair comment that it's probably more of a planning issue, so you're giving that as a,
That's my
in terms of
experience.
your experience, and certainly, Catherine tells us in her evidence she's a long-term Taranaki resident, so we'll ask her that as well, because it is sort of the residual issue with these community expectations around noisy things and outdoor living. And it seems to be the thing that's, difficult to control. Other than through sort of lifestyle choices, I suppose.
Well, as I've already pointed out, the mixed use zone insulation provisions are much more stringent than they are in the OCB, and that's to deal with higher noise levels that are permitted in that zone. So that's a case.
It's a mixed use zone because there's things going on.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'll try not to interrupt Ken too much.
3:15, I think. So for all of those reasons, I simply cannot agree with Mr. Fitzgerald that introducing the proposed mixed-use zoning, shifting the SLC site out of the ICB will create, in his words, material risk of reverse sensitivity effects on the port. It is para 7.19, Mr. Fitzgerald states there are reverse sensitivity issues at other New Zealand ports. Apparently, there must be where there are noise sensitive activities in the OCB. Mr. Fitzgerald does not describe those issues he states are happening, and he does not describe the nature of the receivers that are generating reverse sensitivity effect, whether they are traditional residential, acoustically treated, not, or whether the port noise has expanded in a way that now affects those receivers where it historically did not. If the latter is the case, my understanding is that that's not a reverse sensitivity effect. The effect would simply be a case of existing residential receivers complaining about port noise or opposing port expansion on the basis that it will affect them to a greater degree as the port expands. My understanding is that it's simply traditional sensitivity to noise and not reverse sensitivity. So overall, I consider that paragraph 7.14, 7.18 of Mr. Fitzgerald's evidence, based on a number of assumptions and assertions that are not demonstrated, being reasonable or comparable, may not even comprise reverse sensitivity as he suggests they are. So from here on, I talk about other examples of mixed-use development near the ports and marine infrastructure. Try and pick up on some of the things. So I've been involved in numerous developments inside the OCB of other ports, also in areas where noise controls applying to ports, marine infrastructure and related industries are as high or higher than the noise level that the SLC site will be exposed to. My experience is very common to have mixed use style developments near to noisy infrastructure, marine activities, ports and industrial activity. My experience, these activities can operate next to each other without issues in relation to noise, provided the noise sensitive activities are designed and constructed properly to ensure the internal noise levels are reasonable, provided that the design and nature of the living environments is such that a high degree of outdoor acoustic immunity is not required. By that I mean, wouldn't be sensible to have single lot, large lot residential countryside living, because those outdoor activities and the expectation of quiet is a key component of that lifestyle in my experience. So if you're designing these buildings and these areas properly, then I don't see the issue. This is essentially the same as for any inner city living arrangement. Traffic noise, hospitality noise, port noise, and other noise can be much higher than what is normally desirable in a residential setting. An example of the successful development of the mixed-use style living arrangements is the Wynyard Quarter development. So I've sort of foreshadowed your request here a little bit for a diagram on Wynyard Quarter. It deals more with the noise aspects than it does the planning. And so I think you should probably consider these to be a precursor to what you'll receive from the wider team. You go to Appendix B, please, Kristen. That's three. Couple more down, please. Towards the end. And that's it. That's the one. So I'm not going to go through that one too much. I think this is probably the one that will be sort of overlapped or overtaken the most in the package you'll receive, but that shows the extent of the area. And the legend to that diagram talks about the requirements for dwellings, whether non-complying and whether provided for with and without covenants.
Yes.
You go to the next slide, please, Kristen. So this is one that I've marked up. So I've got the precinct diagram at the bottom with the noise control, the noise areas 1 and 2. Then at the top, I've taken a snip from the precinct zone standards. I appreciate it's difficult to read.
We can see it on our hard copy, okay, thanks. Yep.
So the precinct noise standards are written in a, I guess, a more complicated way than the simple LDN controls. So I've converted those essentially to an LDN limit. They aren't, well, they are functionally the same. In terms of what they would authorize, it's roughly the same. So noise area 1 in green.
Was area 1 was doing that.
So noise area 2, the green. Limit there, regardless of where the noise generated, the limit there is equivalent to approximately LDN 61 dB. That's what you could expect to receive on the facade of your building. The noise area 1, which is the sort of browny color, you could expect to receive noise levels up to approximately 76 dB LDN on the facade of your building. So that's a significantly higher noise level than what we thought. That's to ensure that the activities that Mr. Marler was talking about, the 1,000-ton travel lift, Titan Marine, hauling out essentially ships, very large vessels, servicing those vessels, truck movements. There's a lot of craneage down there, lifting masts off boats and doing all sorts of things. It's to ensure that those activities can carry on.
What's the evidence about noise measurements actually inside these buildings? Is there, obviously, you've got to meet the standards, but is there sort of empirical data about, you know, other, in reality, other legislation measures doing the job?
There are noise, one of the questions this morning was, are there noise insulation measures applying here? There are, we'll talk about that soon, but no evidence. They require heavy construction to achieve.
Yes.
There's no requirement in this plan to measure compliance, say, inside the bedroom.
Yes.
It is measured at the facade.
Yes.
And then the remainder of the effect is dealt with by the residential building. By the facade.
By the building. So it's more than just jib that's a bit thicker. Yeah. To meet the indoor living standards.
So
We might cover that, but yeah.
the standards in noise area 1 in the brown have a limit outdoors at night of 70 dB LAQ and some low frequency controls there and a 90 decibel L max limit. 3.26. I know I'm jumping ahead of it here. I'll come back to it. They require an indoor noise level of 35 dB L10 to achieve the bedrooms. That's a mix of descriptors, which really ends my OCD. But it's approximately equivalent to 32 to 33 LQ.
I suppose my question is that Does that need to be measured? And is it measured?
Those,
Or just,
the buildings that are constructed in Wynyard Quarter for residential purposes have to demonstrate that
Yes.
they are achieving that.
Whoever that's at the building consent stage.
That's at the resource consent stage, and if it's not done there, it'll be tagged at building consent. That's right, and they'll have to demonstrate it then. to get their planning approval. It's not always measured because it's difficult and expensive to get cherry pickers or whatever you need to suspend loudspeakers on 2 or 3 stories up and all. It's complicated. But the profession, the acoustics industry knows enough to know that if you design it properly and it all stacks up and all the specifications are correct and it's been done properly, then it will meet it in practice. So it is tested in a way, but not always with a loudspeaker and a microphone.
it certainly surprises me that, given the history of noise near this port, that there hasn't been any actual empirical measurement done. Just, proof of the pudding, but if that's your evidence, that's your evidence.
I can be probably a bit clearer. I can't say that there hasn't been testing done.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is it's not routine. Because the likes of Mr. Fitzgerald and Mr. Lloyd and myself have tested buildings all over the country. The
Yeah.
construction's become relatively standard.
Yes.
We have a high degree of confidence that a particular construction will meet a particular.
Okay. That's a fair answer. Thank you.
So 323, we'll cover some of that ground again, but quickly. The Wynyard Quarter precinct comprises residential apartment style development, hotels, various locations throughout the precinct. There's also a significant area of land and CMA that is used for heavy marine industrial activities. With shipyards, 1,000-ton travel lift, boatyards, wharves for fishing fleets and other significant industrial and marine related noise sources. Precinct standard that we've talked about on the screen permits external noise levels that are approximately equivalent to 61 dB LDN in noise area 1, 76 dB LDN in noise area 2. Noise levels up to those limits are permitted to be generated at the facade of occupied buildings. Those levels are significantly greater than the 55 to 58 dB LDN that the SLC land is predicted to be exposed to from the port activity. Wynyard precinct standards require that all buildings must be designed and constructed to provide an indoor noise level of 35 dBA L10 in every bedroom and 45 dBA L10 in any other habitable spaces. That is based on the level of noise permitted by the standard above. As I mentioned, that's approximately equivalent to 32 to 33 LEQ for bedrooms, 32 to 43 LEQ in other rooms. As set out in my paragraph 16.13 in my primary statement, the acoustic insulation controls for the proposed mixed-use zone here on the SLC site would reduce noise from the port activity to approximately 25 dB LAEQ in bedrooms and 30 LAEQ in other habitable rooms. These noise levels are significantly lower than the requirements set out for accommodation in Wynyard Quarter. My own visits and experience in the Wynyard Quarter precinct confirms that a large amount of residential activity has been established. The apartments have balconies, there are open green spaces, playgrounds, recreational spaces throughout the precinct. I've noticed that the area is heavily influenced by industrial and traffic noise when I've visited on numerous occasions. Observations are also that the noise is part of the environment and vibrancy of the area. It does not detract from the amenity in the way that it might if the area was traditional residential. This example is not unique. I've direct involvement with and aware of a great number of situations where residential apartment style mixed use living developments operate successfully alongside noisy activities such as ports, rail industry, roads and airports. Based on my assessment of the Wynyard precinct provisions, the proposed level of amenity for the occupants of the SLC site would be significantly better both indoors and outdoors compared to Wynyard. Aside from issues around an infrequent number of temporary music events at Wynyard Quarter, which is are at levels of 85 or 90 decibels are very noisy. I'm not aware of any ongoing noise issues in the precinct where there are complaints about noise from marine industry activity.
Is that around Silo Park? That the area there?
I've read the evidence of Mr. Lloyd on this topic. I note that Mr. Lloyd and I are in agreement on the main issues. I support the conclusions that he has reached in respect of the SLC site. I report agreement with him on the reasons for shifting the ICB and that the ICB should be shifted to the seaward side of the SLC site. The only difference between us is that while Mr. Lloyd considers that including trucks and reach stackers on the SLC site in 2035 is quote, somewhat unrealistic, he defers to others as to whether their inclusion is reasonable. I understand that Mr. Hawke and SLC generally consider that it's unrealistic and unreasonable to consider that reach stackers on trucks operating on their site is representative of the future. Therefore, I think those sources should be taken away from the noise block. So, I don't know if do I need to read the conclusion?
Yeah, look, I think let's take that as read. I've had a quick look through it, and I think you're really just summarising your main point. So,
there is, sorry, Mr. Chair, there's just one more point I'd like to make this quickly. I have, this just arose from reading Mr. Slightfield's submissions, and he says that I left him wondering on a particular point, and I thought I might clarify that. It's okay. So submission. It's in paragraph 24, Mr. Slightfield's submissions. Mentions the fact that I talk about port activities in a general sense, or purposes in a general sense, throughout my primary statement. I have taken, I have used the definition in the port noise standard as informing my views on what are and are not port activities. Mr. Slightfield has helpfully reproduced the definition there at paragraph 24. He's underlined the key words: used, intended, designed to be used wholly or partly for port-related activities, and that's exactly what I've used. So the SLC site is not used, and it's not intended to be used for port-related activities. And in my view, if it doesn't meet either of those two tests, then what it's designed for doesn't really matter. Including that it was designed a long time ago, as I understand it, is no longer fit for purpose anyway. So it really comes down to those two words, whether it's used or intended to be used.
thank you very much, John. I'll see whether David has any further questions.
It's the, your appendix, the last page, Mr. Stiles, the precinct plan 9 noise areas. We just bring that up on the screen, Kristen. And I really just want to be orientated as to where this is, and I think I know. So is the marine area to the left of that? Program is that the marine area?
That's the marine industrial area, and the marine is off the page.
Yes, yep. So on both Hamer Street and Brum Street, those I wonder if we could just bring the aerial up again, Christine, just so that,
Google Maps.
yeah. Lovely, Mr. Google. And Mr. Toles, if you could just instruct Ms. Brummel to where she should be going.
So if you could zoom into where it says Wynyard Quarter, please. Top left. Area.
Right.
No, put out. Yep.
That's useful. That's exactly where I thought it was. So that's the site of a whole lot of activities, including the existing concrete batching plant.
Very good.
Yes.
Fishing activities,
Fishing, yes.
fishing wharf.
Yes. And Mr. Nolan.
Just to point out, look cautious because you see those large, in the middle, there's large sites that look to be vacant or one
Yes.
big car park. actually.
Yes, yes,
And then the one of them just above it.
yes.
So. Marla can confirm this, but they are to be developed yet into mixed use going up beside that. Beside, so in the
Yes,
noise area one,
yes,
on those sites going up, so there's lots still to happen. Most America's Cup, of course, and so on, going up those areas there. So they'll have more buildings on in future of mixed use, like SLC and so on,
yes,
in that noise area one.
yes.
And of
So-
course, much higher noise levels than actually it is.
yes. So the area to the south of the existing building is in noise area 1, and the area to the north of the building is in noise area 2. And that's really helpful to see the boundaries of the Wynyard precinct CMA, and it's the red line, is it?
It's the
Oh, sorry.
part of the CMA inside the Wynyard precinct.
Yes, sorry, can we go back? Sorry, so we go back to the last diagram, Christine? Yeah. Last page of the supplementary.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just enlarge that a little bit, if that's possible. Okay, so it's quite a contorted line, isn't it? The, yeah. Do you want, can you approach where Christine and just take us through the cursor? As to its boundary, so I'm just not sure what happens to it when it gets down to West Haven Drive and around Gaunt Street. That's and it will be obvious to you as a user of this plan.
So
Fine, please.
all right,
Maybe start at the top. Yep.
sorry, can you refresh me on the question?
Oh, sorry, I'm trying to, the red outline is defined precinct boundary. So is that the Wynyard precinct? Well, how does that relate to the Wynyard precinct CMA? That's the label there on the. Yeah, so where's the boundary for the Wynyard precinct CMA? Can you depict that? using the
My
red?
understanding is that it's this line around the outside.
Yes, and how it go down and right down to the,
Then it comes in by Swashbucklers,
Yes,
and then along the north side of Fanshawe Street.
right.
Spring, it's going on in Spring.
Mr. Nolan. You live with this plan every day. I don't. And, you know, I'm asking Mr. Stoles to help me so I can understand. Thank you, Mr. Stoles. That's really useful. So it's the outer line essentially, isn't it? On
That's
that
right.
plan.
Yeah.
And then there are obviously some sub precincts within that, A, B, C, and D, and E, G.
That's
Or is
right.
that C? I can't. Yeah. So, and they're delineated also, aren't they?
They are, yeah. So that, the legend should say precinct and sub precinct boundary. Probably because
Yes.
it does define sub precincts in there as well.
Okay. And so some precincts are split by noise areas, others are solely contained within a single noise area.
That's right.
Okay.
I think this will make more sense when we give you the full package.
And that-
where
and
it's
that
talks
was-
about what you can do in these areas.
Exactly, and this is where I was heading.
Yeah.
That for what it shows, it's very useful. But what it doesn't show is what needs to be captured in the additional plans that are going to come in at a later date. Particularly what is the adjoining zoning along north of Fanshawe Street, but west of the precinct. And more importantly, what's the zoning associated with Bledisloe and what's the other ward? Ferguson, sorry, yeah, thank you. So I'd expect to see a similar plan for Bledisloe and Ferguson also,
Sure.
in case I hadn't made that clear earlier.
Sure.
Thank you again.
Want that port plan, the main commercial port. Zoning of that area.
Yeah. And, sorry, the separation distances between residential.
David, do you have any questions of Mr. Styles' primary statement?
I don't.
of evidence?
No.
I'll just have a quick look. Just in my notes, but I think you have picked up and brought forward and updated the key questions that I had. There is one question, and I've got it noted around your paragraph 8, 4 and 9. We've already talked about the fact that there was a port noise hearing, which was, still very contested between Kaingaora, Kiwi Rail and Waka Kotahi. And that issue has been rolling around all of these plans and is not settled. I think Mr. Wesley will correct me, but I think we're still waiting for the right reply on that Friday next week. Okay, but Mr. Stiles, you're appearing for Kaingaora in that case. Is there anything that you can think we should keep an eye out for in that decision that's relevant to this particular hearing?
Deal with the road first, because that's probably the easiest. As I understand it, there's general agreement, certainly between the parties, you agree. Certainly between the parties that road noise standards should apply. Mr. Lloyd, Dr. Charles and I are currently working on a joint statement for you, and that be careful, I suppose, but I think it's going to tell you that there's general support for those contours. And my view is in the evidence, and I think it's generally agreed as well, that the mixed use and inner city provisions apply this higher standard of insulation that I've already talked about. And so those provisions may not apply to those zones because they'll already have a higher degree of insulation. If the state highway noise development controls go into the plan, then it will cover the residential zones to the south of the state highway around the port. Rail noise is the trickier one, as I've already said. If there's only a you heard this last week from me, if there's only a handful of trains in the day, and they're travelling relatively slow, then in my view, that's not a sufficient level of effect to justify these insulation controls, because it's so momentary and infrequent. And it's during the day when sleep is not an issue. If there was evidence to suggest that might increase to the extent that there could be more than a handful of trains and trains running at night, then perhaps those rail noise controls are justified. As I mentioned earlier, I understand that you have a decision about whether that's even relevant, whether or not it's simply RSI and it deserves control outright.
Yes.
So the rail noise controls may or may not apply. In any event, the mixed use controls applying here will deal with the rail noise, and that's set out in my primary statement. That covers it.
Yes, thank you. And you know, I'm well aware of there are some overlaps, and this is why yeah, Commissioner Littlejohn sat on that. He's dealing with the noise reporting for us. He's not here for obvious reasons. We'll certainly roll all these matters up together in the full panel when we come to deliberation. So that's helpful. Yeah, so John, I think that's the end of our questions for you. Thank you very much for your careful and considered answers. We do appreciate that, and thank you for your assistance. Mr. Nolan, I have been quite lenient about your style of jumping in and answering questions when we're addressing a witness. We're running this in a pretty open spirit, and I've certainly, for those that have been here before, we've had some great hearings, and assistance from council and everyone in the room is really, really appreciated. But perhaps just temper your enthusiasm. And that's not, yeah, I've been around this game probably just about as long as you have in reality. So it's really important that we do get the best information. Sometimes, I'm reflecting back to Christchurch Independent Hearing Panel I was on, the lawyers played a key role in helping frame the solutions. So, you know, I'm not trying to squash things, but just, yeah, it just gets a bit distracting for us. Thank you.
So we're on to Dylan from Superior. And he primary and has a short. Well, that's on the system, but we've also got hard copies.
So we're just taking just a break for the bathroom. So
We'll find that material while you're on.
yeah, so look, I think let's take a 5-minute break. It's
Oh, tēnā koutou. Sorry, I think you're on mute in the room.
Right, I better start again. I'm asking Dylan is, just so I can understand his scope of his expertise. And he's helpfully provided in his introduction his broad experience that qualifies him as an expert, and also a very detailed CV as part of his evidence. I've just asked him his experience in advising clients, either councils or private sector clients, in relation to centres matters in New Zealand or overseas. And I did note your advice in your CV to Kapiti Airport. And I know from my own experience, the issues at Kapiti Airport, big contest over retail opportunities there versus the coastland centre. So what was your advice in that case? And secondly, have you provided other advice to clients on centres matters?
Yeah, so examples that come to mind in New Zealand that have included reverse sensitivity effects.
No, it's not reverse sensitivity effects.
Around centres.
Centres, yes.
So there was debate in Ruakura, the zoning of industrial land back to residential. I think that issue came up there, came up in Kapiti. And often some cases in Canterbury, my head, been around Lincoln. We also did a piece in Manukau around some industrial zoning there. So it generally tends to come up in my work as a component of a social cost benefit analysis as part of a business case or potentially a regulatory impact statement.
Okay.
So in those areas, I haven't done one where it is the primary.
I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you that. I'm just trying to ascertain your experience. So were those cases you've cited ones that you've given evidence on, have advised clients on?
Yes, I've advised clients through the production of business cases, social cost benefit analysis.
Yes.
Or
Okay. So you have experience and expertise in that field.
I have, yes, I've been involved in those.
And the reason I wanted to establish that is Mr. Nolan was pretty strident yesterday, saying to us that he expected to see something from Mr. Heath and was inviting us to require that in terms of this key issue that I think is, I've already said it, that we don't have enough evidence on. So what I've got minded, and I haven't discussed this in detail with David, but it is a key decision-making matter for us in terms of both the retail and other effects in terms of the centre's objectives, strategic objectives, that I'm certainly minded to ask Mr. Heath for some specific advice in relation to this case. Mr. Wesley has relied on evidence he's provided for some hearings, but I'd also like to provide Seaport the opportunity to also provide us some evidence on that. And it seems to me, and we established yesterday, that you've only been asked to do a specific matter looking at activities at the port. But as you have expertise in that other area, I think it's only fair and appropriate that Mr. Heath's asked to delve into this, that you also, and that may be by way of a joint statement, that on those matters which are outstanding to us, that as before, I've asked Mr. Wesley to organise for us as some extra evidence. I just want to, we won't ask you any questions about that today because you're not prepared, but that's the signal. Mr. Nolan, does that sound okay to you? Yes, thank you. All right, so back to your evidence on the port aspects.
Yeah, so as you just mentioned, I was asked predominantly to research and provide evidence on the activity that has occurred at the port over the last 25 years. Whether that activity was likely to be what was expected when the noise controls were originally imposed, and what the expectation is for that activity. So that was the area of my evidence. So to start with the answer, what we found was that the total throughput activity basis over the period from 1996 through to now could probably be best described as flat. Overall, no particular growth. When technically, I think it's down 3.5% over the period. There is volatility in some of those activities, in particular as the hydrocarbon volumes can fluctuate with various things coming on off stream. So there is volatility in the data. But overall, it sums up to a reasonably flat curve. So that's the first conclusion. And that if you look at the sum of all of the activity that's occurred in that period, fluctuations are such that if volumes had remained completely flat, there would have been more activity than some of the volatility is for it to be actually less on average.
Can I say that some of the volatility is less than the average?
So yeah, so there's volatility in the total activity, and the dips mean that overall activity has been less than it is now. So the area under the graph is less than trend. Imports are lesser significance than exports, and the activity that occurs in the port is quite unique in New Zealand. So when we look at the ports, what they do, Taranaki has some things that no one else does. It doesn't tend to do many containers. It does lots of bulk liquids, and due to the hydrocarbon industry. And in recent times, there's been some growth in logs. And we'll talk about that when we think about the forecast. And as I said, the sum overall has been it's quite flat. If when attempting to speculate on what they might have thought growth would have been when they set the noise limits, we just used some benchmarks, including what's the trade growth in the country through ports overall, and what's the GDP growth in the country overall. If it had tracked those, activity would currently be twice what it actually is. So it probably would have been reasonable at that time to have expected growth, at least along some of those benchmarks, and it hasn't happened. So that's, while we don't know exactly what projections for noise were at the time, we can conclude that it's likely that it's a lot higher than what's actually been. And so that's the key conclusion for the question that I was asked to research. I think the next, and read what specific activities are. Some minor things have come and gone, including the containers, but they come back to some extent. And I think that the next thing is how does that translate to a view of the future? So that's quite a long series of data, 5 years, and quite a flat total level of activity, which is quite unusual for a New Zealand port. And we do see specialisation in New Zealand ports, and here we have a specialisation, particularly in hydrocarbon for these reasons. And so when we look forward, we look at the two major sectoral forecasts that come from sectors themselves. The key ones here are the forecast for oil production and how that, we know in advance roughly what that's going to be because we have long timeframes for establishing sort of thing. And so what we've done is we've established those. Yeah, so in paragraph 4.19, we provide the sectoral forward-looking forecast for oil production, which comes from MB. And we see that the prognosis for this industry is for a significant decline. And unless exploration is occurring now, then there won't be any export of that in 10 years because the nature of the industry is such that it's the case.
I can assure you that exploration is occurring now. We had a great site visit around the Todd facilities and Big Ben's about to drill 9 new exploration holes. So yes, look, I think let's pause there. My main questions on your evidence is I've got fantastic or really good eyesight.
Yeah.
I can't read your graphs. So I'd like to take a break and then over lunch, we can actually get, I don't know whether they're going to be clearer online, will we blow them up? But so some of them are just unreadable because the scale's too small. So look, let's see whether we can get some of your evidence up online at a better scale, because the graphs do tell a story. It's just too light for me, and the font's just too small. So can we pause there and we'll then come back at 40, yeah, 40 minutes, okay? We come back at 1:05.
Yeah, just one housekeeping matter.
Yes.
If I can put it on your radar.
Yes.
You might want to talk about it over the German.
Yes.
And I've signalled this to Mr. Nolan, but we can also discuss it at you mentioned yesterday if we're reconvening that you might be able to make use of some of the sweep up
Yes.
time between the 22nd and the 26th.
Yes.
I've learned that Mr. Fitzgerald is away on annual leave during that time and won't be available. I'm very open to calling him out of sequence if we
Yes.
get to that point
Look,
and have him have it earlier. But
Yeah.
that's just something
Look,
that I'm.
I think it's certainly sensible to me, and if you can just confer with Derek on that over lunch, and we can find a slot to put him in. It's just the time of year. I think everyone's taking the chance to get a bit of sun. So yeah, that's great. So yeah, not all of us by the sound, but yeah. Okay, well, let's come back at 1:05. Thank you. Thanks, Dylan. I think where we left off was if you could take us through your graphs.
With me,
Starting at
or can I?
starting at 4.5, with the first one I couldn't read.
So here we have, this is historical aggregate.
Didn't like one. Yes, so I've just asked Dylan to go through the figures on the screen, so he's brought those up at a better scale. So just take us through those, Dylan, thank you.
Yeah, so the points I was making around aggregate activity, which is the black line at the top, with imports and exports underneath, to that top line. And we have a broad picture over that period of two observable things. Firstly, it's quite flat overall, and it begins roughly where it ends, and that there is volatility, particular a big dip there, which is largely due to petrochemical activity fluctuations, and then another one for a similar reason.
Could you actually read out, because I can't see them either up there or below, what the key is telling us about the black, the brown and the blue lines? What are those?
So that's the black line at the top is the
Yes.
sum of the blue and the brown.
Okay, so what is that little, what does the key say at the bottom?
It says export is the brown,
Export?
import is the blue, and black is the total.
Okay. And the starting date is
1996,
1996, and the end date is,
2021.
thank you. I can now understand the graph because I can read it. So can we go to the next figure? Which is figure 3.
So that's in 4.9.
Yes.
So this is the composite sum of exports through the port. And we have, that just shows you the composition of what's in there. Petroleum, first brown one, and then alcohols, the purple one, I think. And then at the end there's an item of confidential items, which is simply the Stats Department releasing, withholding what it is for a year for confidential commercial sensitivity.
Mr. Dingle, is that super confidential?
Don't know what that blue line is.
Blue line is.
It's confidential to me right now.
So
It's a big chunk of your exports.
Is that, sorry, that's 2020, 2021, I can't quite read it.
yeah,
Look, I'm going to take a guess that it could be wind farm components. So at about that time, we had the Turatera and Waipiti wind farms come through our port. Possibly that's a project cargo.
Is this a total cargo? Would that be half of your ports? Is that the way I'm reading it, or have I got that wrong?
Seemed quite.
These are exported commodities, so you wouldn't be exporting wind,
No, we're not exporting. It's definitely not.
main exported commodities.
my understanding of confidential items is that they effectively drop out once the commercial sensitivity is released. So it'll become one of the other categories after a period, and that's for commercial sensitivity reasons alone. So
Okay, so we're in 2022.
then, yes, that graph can be updated.
Could you update it for us and let us know? Because is that a continuation of the?
Black is an other item, which is a wash up of.
Nothing else there. I'm just intrigued. I think, can you please, someone let us know? Mr. Dingle's equally is intrigued. So, because this goes to the point of the ports case about there's all sorts of different comings and goings in terms of cargo, and it's not a static port. So, if I can ask, probably through you, Mr. Nolan, your witness, you can figure out what that might be.
We can certainly obtain the most recent data,
Yes. Okay.
which there might be some.
And tell me about, I think it's the purple, which I'm reading acrylic alcohols and they're halogenated, sulfonated, nitrated, and nitrosated derivatives. So what does that mean in common language? James?
Yeah, but that's chemicals, effectively.
Chemicals, so that's the purple.
The port would probably have more specific, or perhaps perhaps a different categorization. This is,
Is it possibly methanol?
yeah, I'd say that it's the bulk of it.
Might flow through to you. I'm not sure.
My understanding is that the blue will become purple when the data is released, but it's being held commercially sensitive in order to not be publishing the current volumes out of. Yeah, it's the only one I know of that's that large.
Quite frankly, this sounds ridiculous to me. Why?
Clarification.
Yes,
The brown is that crude. And the lowest, that section, what's that?
This is
section?
obtained from bituminous minerals crude. Yeah. I think the other one's probably methanol.
So I'm going to take a punt at the next one. We'll also suggest that the blue slides down into that methanol spot.
yes. In
I
the,
don't know what's.
you know why it's confidential?
Okay.
That's why I think it's just sounds nuts to me. Why is a government's, so the source of this, Mr. James, is Stats New Zealand.
This will be from the
Okay.
official government statistic department.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay, well, if someone could assist us with an updated figure 3, perhaps before the end of the week would be great. Thank you. And if it can't be updated, just let us know why it can't be updated. And the silvery colour is the increasing log exports. That's what I'm reading there. Thank you. Right, let's go to the next figure, which figure 4, commodities imported.
Yeah, so here we see a bit more growth, though it's a much less substantial component of the overall activity through the pork. And again, you can see the logs at the bottom there being the brown colour, and that's been driven by some log harvest.
So look, this is import, so logs coming into the port.
Sorry.
I think we really do need to receive proper aid, and if you can actually provide us decent scale graphs, maybe an A4 sideways, whatever that's called, landscape, so we can actually read these and have a record of those. We can probably, even when you blow them up on the screen. So the brown is what? It's, I can't even see a key for brown. Maybe just update these. There's no key for brown that I can see unless anyone else can. Okay, let's carry on. 413, so figure 5.
Yep, it's all the same people.
26 to 2001. And what are the lines, the colours of the line say?
General ship bulk dry.
So just a moment, I'm just going to write them down. General ship, bulk dry is brown.
And then general ship coal is the grey one. The one is general ship container. Log, sorry.
So is that, yeah, is that sort of a dark browny colour?
Yeah, that's the one that's going up towards the end.
Yes.
This one's tankers.
And is that the silvery line, the main top line?
Correct. And then the confidential items is, again, it's the same issue, which is likely be added to tankers when the information is released from its commercial sensitivity.
The tankers have dropped away pretty much to nothing or very small from the last 3 or 4 years. Is there an explanation that you're aware of that?
Well, when we add in the confidential items, which is
Oh. Okay.
So those two get added together.
Yes.
So you can see the confidential items jumping up and the tank is jumping down, but they are likelihood the same thing. And there is a drop off at the end, even when we add them together, which we can see in the overall aggregate graph that we just looked at.
Okay, figure 6.
Yeah, so this is looking at the annual crude condensate associated volumes.
And this includes natural gas.
And this is just looking at the
Oh,
composite
field.
of it. So the point of this graph is to just illustrate different fields coming on and off stream. During production, various other reasons. And showing the facility, that category.
So the big peak around 2015, that steep skyscraper, is that Tui that's come on for then?
Yeah, so that.
The Tui and Pohokura really ramped up. Is that what the graph is telling us?
Yeah.
And the blues come on stream. So which blue is that? Is that Maori or?
Yes.
That's Maori. And the one I'm interested in is Hawa, which is where the current drilling campaign's going on with Todd's. That field is a producer, so I'm just thinking which box that fits into colours. So I think we'll get a clearer idea when we can get a.
We can provide this in the table form.
The tape.
So
I think this is quite good, as long as it's at a scale that we can see translation. But the trends are obvious. Thank you. Next one, figure 7.
Yeah, so now we're looking forward. And this is a forward projection from 2021 to 2006 with known and expected oil production produced by MBIE. And what we see there is drop off as we look out past 2000. So when we want to project forward the total activity, in some of these major sectors, they have forward views already.
Yes.
And so we are taking that work and understanding and using it to project what a likely activity might be through the.
Yes.
For, which is in turn dependent on the quality of these forecasts.
Yes.
And
So,
they do change.
Yes, I understand that. And that MBIE energy update is updated every year, isn't it? And we've heard, I think, Mr. Stiles from John, that he agrees that the 2035 forward date is the right one for us to be thinking about in terms of future activities. You'd agree with that as well?
In terms of how far forward you
In terms of
look.
district plan.
Yes, well, I'm not a.
But if you understood that plans are generally reviewed every 10 years, plus or minus, would that 2035 forward projection be reasonable?
So yes.
Yes, okay. So what is this graph telling us, in your words, between 2021 and 2035?
We see a steep decline, and this is based on the known expected production, production, export this category. I don't, it's a particularly contentious view. Self has provided evidence that says that they don't expect expected decline in this category.
I know the answer to this question, but we need to get it from an expert. The reason for this decline is,
Well, I mean, in simple terms, it's to do with the degree of exploration and success in exploration in the previous 10 years. Also, which in turn is probably dependent on prices, policy settings, and the activity of national exploration.
that wasn't my understanding. In terms of policy settings, are there any particular policy settings at a national level that is driving this decline?
Not to my knowledge. In terms of, sorry, 4.17, yeah. So we've analysed it as due to a low price environment. 2018 prohibition of new offshore exploration permits. The number of oil exploration permits has been declining since 2014.
Yes. So Dylan, did you actually write this evidence yourself? Because,
Yes, I did.
okay, that was a pretty straightforward question and you had the answer there. So it's because of the government legislation that's basically driving oil and gas exploration down.
Which would have a, well, it would have an effect further out. The immediate drop off would be to do with activity that occurred prior to that ban. Because there's a long lag between investment in exploration and the outcome in terms of exports.
Okay, so that's the policy driver.
My hesitation is
having an influence.
Yes, in the out years. My hesitation is that when you bring that line forward to 2035, I would need to look into exactly how long it takes them to find something when that ban would be the driver of that decline versus other market effects that might have been driving it anyway, or success in the investment that had gone.
Okay, let's carry on to figure 8.
So in this case, we see general increasing trends. And this is
Same time frame, 96 to
yeah, so this
2021.
is New Zealand's total log exports from major seaports.
This is log exports. Yep.
Yes. So we can see that most ports are increasing the log exports, including New Plymouth.
So the right hand, can you just read out the right hand? P.
Yes, so it starts with New Plymouth, which is the brown one at the bottom. Tauranga is the light blue. Total exports is at the top.
Okay.
The top brown line. And then New Zealand total production is the grey line.
Okay, so just to get that right, we've got 3 lines. First is New Plymouth, which is brown. Port of Tauranga is light blue. The next category, which I think is a dark blue line, which I'm not sure about. What does that actually say?
That is other main ports export.
Other main ports. Export. And the next one is total export. So that's the sum of the first 3. And next one is New Zealand total production.
Yes, so not all logs are exported.
Okay, gotcha. All right, the next figure 9.
one is looking at the share New Plymouth has. So there's two reasons why log exports might increase out of New Plymouth. One is that they win share from other ports, and the other one is that their production within their normal catchment increases. So both of those factors could be going on. So we looked at the nature of the share, and we see that that's reasonably constant over the period, which probably reflects the fact that it's expensive to move logs long distances. And so the local catchment, the traditional catchment tends to be what's exported. A little bit of shift at the margins, but
So this is a wood supply by region.
Yeah.
Total harvested, okay? The next one and last one, I think is figure 10.
2, 3 is the next. So in this case, we're looking forward the log forecast. And we see that in the periods 1995 to 2015, there's been some significant growth, doubling almost of the production of logs. And then as we look forward to 2049, that growth trend is not continued. And there's some fluctuations. In general, that log production has reached a steady state.
But 2035 is at its peak, which is our, for my read of the graph.
Yes, and it increases only a small amount over what it is already.
Okay.
So the take up from that is that the log forecast is expected to stay reasonably flat. The growth that we've experienced in the last up to 30 years won't continue. This forecast is quite reliable because logs need to be in the ground.
Yes. You can understand. And do you know the reason for the dip at 2035?
Well, I mean, the short answer is you go back 25 years, that's what's been planted.
Is that policy driven by do it ETS or carbon credits or?
The reasons behind that are probably multiple. There could be some cyclical effects in long-term, just be the cycle of production.
Yes.
And there will be variations to this year on year with international prices and decisions that foresters make about when to actually harvest and so on. So this could potentially be a little volatile in reality, but long-term trend would look based on what's being grown, therefore be exported.
Okay. Look, I think let's just stop there. The rest of the figures are legible. So, and I've been able to read those.
But if I could draw your attention to one graph, which is a large format graph, figure 12. Paragraph 5.2.
5.5. Or is it figure 11 or figure 12? Figure 11.
So this is looking at the graph we've previously seen, which is the historical activity, and then looking forward to 2031 and looking at the expected trends and putting together those sectoral forecasts and drawing the conclusion that total activity is not expected to increase, and based on the forecasts that we presented, is expected to remain or to decline. Now, that does not yet include any industries that don't exist yet. This is the underlying trend expectation of the products that have been going through for another past 25 years.
It's not a very healthy looking forecast, is it?
No, and it's driven, well, it's driven primarily by the fall off in the petrochemical industry, hydrocarbon industry, and secondarily by the fact that the log export trade isn't expected to continue growing at the rate that it has over the last few years. And those two factors are the primary drivers behind why we don't think this forecast is for an increase in activity.
So your forecast, looking at today's date, 21, 22, 4,500,000 tonnes. Is that what the graph's telling us? 4.5.
Forecast for right now, yes, 4,500. Now, the discontinuity you can see in that graph where it dips and then our trend lines start higher is due to recent COVID effects, which we looked through.
Okay.
And so in those forecast lines just represent the long-term trends that were presented in the evidence.
So at 2030, 8 years away, the data is telling you that total volume, which is import export, is that right? Reduces to 300,000 tonnes.
Yes.
Right. Anything else you'd like to highlight? Is it 3 million or 300,000? I was never good at maths, but
That's in thousands, so it says 3,000, so that's 3 million
3 million. Yeah. Okay.
total.
Yeah. From
Now,
currently
4.5.
4.5 to 3 on your current all the data you'll be able to find on future predictions.
Trends of existing products, yes. That are publicly available.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to highlight in your primary evidence?
No, any questions?
I think you want to work through your supplementary statement.
Yes, I've got a short supplementary statement which you won't have seen. So the first point that I'd like to make in the supplementary evidence was in response to the evidence of Mr. Dingle, where there was some debate around the start point and the end point in our historical data to create those trends. And the second point was that was made in that evidence by Mr. Dingle is that what's happened in the past over those 25 years is no reflection of what might happen in the future. So in terms of the choice of date for the data series, I don't think that we have, looking at that data and those total trends, we haven't manipulated any start points or end points to create an upward or a downward trend into the future. Instead, what we've done is we've looked at sectoral forecasts for the underlying production of those commodities that go through that port, and the likelihood would be going through that port, then use those to create an expectation of the trends in the future. If you can imagine volatile data going up or down, you could statistics with picking a low point high to create a trend. I don't think that would create any reliable trend indicator, and that's not what the states. So I don't agree that the Mr. Dingle's claim that the choice of start date material goes through.
Mr. James, just if I can intervene, just a quick question. is the codicil to what you've just said, that that's based on known current activities, known current
So I
imports and exports?
So, the next point to address is, are there any other new industries that are likely
that could
that
come
are
on
in the
tap.
pipeline that,
Mm.
that might fill that gap?
Okay, and so you're gonna, okay, so that's your paragraph 2.6.
So yeah, I'll finish this point.
Sorry,
So as I just said, Mr. Dingle's claim appears to be that it's preferable to adopt a particular start date and a particular end date, and then that would create a different trend and expectation of what the volumes might be through the port. So, and as I've said, it's true that the volume was abnormally low in 1998 and some other years. It's also true that there's volatility in the data sets, particularly with regard to hydrocarbon fields coming on and off stream. But I don't agree that choosing an abnormally low year in the past and a high year at some point in the future creates any kind of reliable trend indicator that activity will increase in the future. And I would further say that it's clear from the history of activity at the port that there has been no growth in total activity, while the nature of the activity has changed somewhat. In the earliest date we have, the evidence for when the original noise limits were considered as 1995. The process for implementing them appears to have been concluded in 1998. And therefore activity data is relevant for all of those years, which would have been available to the planners at that time. And I do not agree with using outlier years or point estimates at the beginning and the end of a period, and would recommend using a weighted average over the period to the whole of the history to reduce the impacts of outlier years of volatility to understand the long run trajectory of activity. So in response to Mr. Dingle's comments regarding the utility of previous forecasts to determine future growth potential, I note that ports are a derived demand from the economic activity that occurs, needs, chooses to use those port services. For several categories of activity, we have used forecasts for sectoral production and inferred an activity forecast for the port. This is valid for, say, logs. As a log that is exported in 15 years' time needs to have been in the ground for 10 years already. So in this case, the past is very clearly a determinant of the future over the relevant period. This is also true of gas exploration and export. And therefore, as a result, there are some very good forecasts of the future log production and the resultant derived export through the port.
How elastic is the ports provide deals for perhaps log producers that might be in the Central North Island that go to Tauranga, Napier or Taranaki or Wellington? Are you aware how ports operate like that, or is it normally just a logical place to go depending on where you are harvesting?
The second factor carries more weight.
Yes.
Because it's very expensive to drag a log over long distances.
Yes.
With user charges,
Yes.
various other costs. And so you see logs being exported at lots of different ports. Whereas Fonterra, for example, would export out of South Island port that they're mistaken.
Yes.
Whereas you see logs going out everywhere.
Yes.
And that secondarily implies that there is less elasticity in the port price for logs, because there are other cost factors that outweigh whether you get a discount on. There will be some marginal areas in competition, and that was the share graph. And you can see it's quite stable.
Thanks for that.
So 2.8. or 2.7 actually, plans for commercial businesses always exist and opportunities for growth will always be attempted, of course. When undertaking an independent forecast, we consider what is on balance likely and not just what is aspired to. For example, plans for coastal container shipping have been around the entire period of data under analysis here. However, and as an aside, there's a 2008 coastal shipping strategy that is quite similar to the 2051 coastal shipping strategy, which is available. However, there are very real economic constraints to this mode of transport, winning significant market share of other modes irrespective of these plans. These factors include competition from other modes, in particular significant planned investment in rail, road, and new road transport fuel strategies. And the large investments required to execute plans and likely continuous, some form of continuous cross-party subsidy of the sector to compete. In terms of comparison, I mean, the amount of investment going into the competing modes of transport around New Zealand are in the tens of billions, whereas the coastal container strategy mooted 15 to 25 million. I think the annual road investment is 2 billion on an ongoing basis. Upwards of 5 billion has been invested in Kiwi Rail over the recent period.
Okay.
And so on. So
those are quite important numbers. Can you just take us through those again?
I can. So the point is the relative investment in the different modes of transport around New Zealand.
Yes.
So the government in 2020 announced a $12 billion infrastructure spend on rail, roads, and HBs, and that sort of investment needs to be compared against to $25 billion investment, which is it's not nothing from that sector, but it's a significant difference in terms of where the investment is going and the infrastructure to undertake the freight task in New Zealand.
Yes. So what's the breakdown? You've given us a breakdown of 15 to 25 million for coastal shipping, is that right?
Yeah, so the Blue Highway strategy
Yes.
had proposed an investment of $15 to $25 million in coastal shipping.
Over what period?
And I don't know exactly what they intended to spend it on, but there has been some interest from one party.
There was something in the paper yesterday, I think.
So there's one logistics firm who may operate one ship.
Yeah, I was going to ask Mr. Dingle about that, but give us the numbers again. So 15 to 25 million
In the
coastal shipping.
is what was mooted.
Routed.
Well, and that's, I don't have the detail on which years they plan to spend it.
Yes, okay.
But the annual investment in roads is $2 billion.
Okay, so that's the second number. That's the annual investment.
The number of
Sorry, just on that. Is that new roads or road improvements or both?
that's Waka Kotahi annual expenditure on roads. Now, there will be large other amounts for large roading projects potentially that get dropped in, for example, roads of national significance.
Yes.
The Ocean Gully Highway. Every road's significant if it goes to your house.
For me with the RONs.
I mean, in 2022, the 661.5 million was allocated to rail. in that one budget. So 661.5 million was allocated by the government in budget 2022 for rail. And there had been larger investments in previous years, and they were. I mean, my point is that is significant. Investment.
I think what you're trying to tell us is that the coastal shipping investment is quite small compared to the other modes.
Yes,
Is that your point?
yeah. So my point here is just that if we were to imagine a large increase in container shipping through coastal shipping around New Zealand, which was to drive activity at the port, the competition for that mode to gain any share is very, very tough. And so therefore, we're not assuming that there will be a significant increase in coastal shipping as a result of that relatively low expenditure.
Okay, thank you for that.
Now, the same arguments apply to the establishment of new energy facilities, including offshore wind farms. Now, we don't discount this, but they're very uncertain in many ways, and any expectation of ongoing activity needs to be generate significant activity needs to be discounted by the probability that would occur.
Okay.
So
I've got some questions on that. Certainly through the newspapers I read, and others will perhaps closer to Taranaki will know more about this than me. I understand there's at least 3 large consortiums currently investigating major offshore wind opportunities in Taranaki. What's your knowledge and understanding of those opportunities? I know some of them are confidential probably, but we need evidence and I'll be asking Mr. Dingle the same thing within the bounds of confidentiality. What is the current state? What are the size of those projects and how many of them are there?
I have worked in this field, but I am not associated with any of those projects, so I can't give you specifics. However, in terms of activity at the port, in terms of capacity for activity, there would be some activity involved in the establishment, no doubt. It's not that clear what the ongoing, so once a wind farm is operational, what activity would go through a port as a result. Some, it's not, and secondly, these things are again in exploratory stages.
They're not exploratory worldwide in terms of technology, are they?
They have been implemented
Yes.
in some countries.
So they're not defensible, but they're not in New Zealand at the moment. So I've been asking some questions about the hydrogen economy. That for heavy transport, ships, those vessels, aeroplanes, trucks, buses. Have you been looking at future markets and the trends and economic information regarding the production of green hydrogen in New Zealand and anywhere else around the world?
Yes.
So what can you tell us? And I think you put your hand up when you said you knew about the Ports of Auckland Obayaki project.
Sorry, I happen to have written part of the business case for that hydrogen project. So
Yes.
it's like,
Yes.
I've also done work with the government's hydrogen strategy
Yes.
and looked at strategies around the world. And you're correct that it seems like it might be the best solution to a clean fuel, especially for heavy transport. Possibly public transport. Certainly in heavy transport. the state of the industry globally is that the technology is starting to be developed, by no means mature, and it's not clear how hydrogen will be distributed. And what technology will win, particularly in terms of production. So it's very, very expensive, very energy intensive to produce water and hydrogen. But then it's very, very efficient to convert hydrogen into.
Yes.
So there are lots of challenges. It's not clear how it would yet, and but it is certainly under intense consideration here and in lots of other.
Have you been following the DOE investment in Department of Energy America at all? No. Okay. And have you heard anything about the tax cuts that the US government has just given for green hydrogen production to level up the costs of green hydrogen production?
No, but I imagine that's substantive.
Yes. And I think that's a recent announcement. So what I'm trying to get at, Dylan, is whether, and also I know from my own experience that Dutch are building massive offshore wind, and they're actually putting hydrogen production facilities actually out at sea, and presumably that hydrogen might be picked up by a ship or could be onshore hydrogen storage. And I'm going to ask Mr. Dingle about this in terms of the potential for that at the port. And for two reasons, really, in terms of both future activities at the port and also any very sensitivity storage issues that might arise if the hydrogen economy really got going, like has been predicted by many pundits, and whether Taranaki could be a chunk of that.
Yes.
So, Mr. Dingle, I'll ask you some further questions about that, what your knowledge is. Yes. So just carry on.
So in the conclusion from our assessment of these possible new activities is that overall, even if this activity were to occur at some level, not on balance in our view lead to an increase in overall activity at the port, but it may substitute for some activities anticipated to be lost.
Yep. That's your 2.12, that's your key finding.
Yes. So that sort of dismal projection, if you like, might not be so dismal if some of these new ventures come off.
Yes.
But in terms of actually providing a forecast now from a strict forecasting view, they are by no means in the bag yet. They have a high level of uncertainty associated with them, and therefore discounted financial analysis. So overall, the general conclusion that we've reached remains valid, namely that the likely expected volumes at the port and noise limits were contemplated have not materialised, and that the future does not present as one where growth is likely to be significant or may even not exist, and it's more likely that volume activity will stay relatively flat, despite aspirational plans for new industries. So in summary, having read the subsequent evidence of Mr. Dingle, has not resulted in a change in my overall opinion, which is that the activity forecasts on which previous noise modelling was undertaken and subsequently rolled over into the district plan is likely to have significantly overestimated the growth potential of the port. They would have had a much higher expectation of growth when they set those things. Relative to what has occurred over the subsequent years or so, and what is predicted to occur in the future.
Thank you. David, take two.
Thank you, Mr. James. Taken heaps of notes. Most exhausted my pen. as I said, two questions, and the first is really on that last conclusion. And I understand your thesis about what's happening in growth, or what's not happening, at least. And I'm not sure if you're the right person to ask that, but ask this, but I will anyway, because it'll get it out there. Notwithstanding that, in your view, there will be a decrease in activity in terms of amount of logging, amount of petrochemical imports, exports, etc. Does it necessarily translate that the volume and amount of activity on the ground on a day-to-day basis will change dramatically? Is that a fair, I mean, I think that's what you're asking us to consider. Is that a fair correlation, that just because what's coming in and out of the port might change or might not grow as much, does that mean that the actual day-to-day activities of loading and unloading, etc., truck movements would necessarily change correspondingly?
Well, first of all, it certainly doesn't necessarily correlate really to noise. You need to ask a noise expert.
I understand that.
In particular.
And that's why I didn't use the word noise.
Yes, different activity.
Yeah.
In terms of these overall forecasts of categories, it's heavy industry, and you know, if you're moving a ton of something in or a ton of something out, it would depend on the type of good, like bulk, dry, or containerized, or box, and they all have specific activities with them. And as those mixes change, there could be natural changes in type of activities going on, using stackers versus using loading or unloading.
Yes.
Take away by trains, take away by trucks. So those things could all generally change, but probably the strongest correlation between what's going on in the port is how much weight it's moving in or out. Total. But yes, there could be relevant factors and specifically what you're doing.
Yes, and those relevant factors might be the location of the activity from a spatial extent, and from a temporal point of view, the timing that the activity is undertaken. They could be two important considerations in terms of a base load of activity occurring on the site.
Yes, and well, the timing of the activity that's occurring might vary anyway.
Yes.
To do with when the ship arrives. Or,
yeah, for example, and I'll try not to ask this from a noise perspective, but for example, a lower level of activity occurring on the site at a sensitive time period might be more important than a higher level of activity occurring at a less sensitive time period.
Possible.
Well, let me put it another way. Some activity occurring at night time and causing potential for disruption, compared to a lot of activity occurring during the daytime when the standards are more lenient, if you like, and people are out and about. That could be an important consideration, regardless of what's happening to the total level of activity.
Yes, it could. Though I would say that the operations management I don't know if the activity would drive that. So I don't know, because you've got logs that you would work at home. So you've got the operations management people to ask.
Yes, and we will.
And
I guess I'm signaling that, but I guess what I'm just putting to you, Mr. James, is that it's not just the total level of activity that's important. There are other variables such as the location of the activity in relation to sensitive activities and the timing that that activity might be undertaken in. And would you accept that?
reason to accept or not accept.
Thank you. And the last question, second and last question is about this coastal shipping investment. And by the chair, I think I understood what you were getting at, that the amount of investment in coastal shipping proportionally compared to the amount in road and rail is quite low. The figures tell us that, don't they? 15 to 25 million in coastal, and what was the figure in terms of road rail? Was it 2 billion or 12 billion? I couldn't read my notes.
There's 2 billion invested in roads every year.
Yes,
There was 661 million invested in trains last year alone.
yes.
And I mean, I haven't given you a time series of what they
No,
are,
no.
what we could. But I think the point I wanted to make was that that strategy and that level of investment is insufficient for us to change forecast of activity at a port.
Okay.
So that's
Understand.
the point I wish to make. And the reason why is because of the relative scale of that investment
Yes.
and the uphill battle that they would have to win share of those other modes, which will not only be greener, heavily invested in, and probably cheaper
Yes.
as well. And all three of those things meant that it was insufficient for us to put in expected growth and activity at the port for that reason.
Yes, your answer yeah, equates with my understanding. A subsequent question there is that investment, is that government-led investment? Is it that you're presenting that information on?
Yes, solely government.
Yes, and I'm interested in this. Is there a possible explanation for the difference in the level of investment between, say, coastal shipping and road and rail, based on the fact that there's a government responsibility for road at least through NZTA and Waka Kotahi, compared to where the responsibility for investment in coastal shipping might lie? Presumably that lies with the port companies themselves, or have I got that wrong?
I don't know if any port companies own any coastal shipping. Might do at the fringes. I'm only aware of very few number of vessels that engage in coastal shipping.
Okay.
And they're not owned by ports as far as I know.
Okay, let me rephrase that question. Is it a reflection of the difference between government-led expenditure in road and private sector investment in coastal shipping? And therefore, might it be quite logical that there is the difference that you've brought to our attention?
Well, it might well be logical. We're just making the empirical observation that is the relative level of investment in infrastructure
By the government?
by the government.
Yes.
In which modes they
Yes.
are actually investing.
Would you expect a level of investment by the private sector in coastal shipping also to be a relevant consideration?
It is a relevant consideration, but I wouldn't expect it. The reason why is because it has not been commercially viable to compete against the other modes. Part of that reason is because the other modes are heavily invested in, that in some cases subsidised by the government, particularly in the case of rail, and also that in the coastal shipping disappeared out of the New Zealand economy largely. Domestic flagged coastal shipping disappeared, and the international ships ran some backhauling, which made it slightly uneconomic due to some changes that occurred in the 1990s. And so that's been another factor, and really coastal shipping hasn't been a predominant form of freight movements since then.
So is your evidence taken any consideration of private sector investment in coastal shipping?
Yes, we considered it, but we haven't found any sufficient reason to change the expected level of activity at ports because of domestic container shipping. I mean, the other factor that weighed on our decision is that it's not yet clear, well, the other modes might well be greener in the long run. That would be another factor.
When you say other road, rail and road.
But if you had a hydrogen heavy truck fleet, then that would be difficult to compete with environmentally until such time as you have equivalently powered ships.
And you've said that hydrogen is more likely to be taken up by heavy transport.
At this stage, it appears to be the leader in heavy truck solutions for a emissions-free fuel. But it's at very early stage.
Okay, I'll leave it there. The reason I also asked those questions of you is that I wanted to signal that they were questions for Mr. Dingle also. Opportunity to respond at the appropriate time.
Was there anything to add to that answer? I was just observing the discussion. Was there anything that you wanted to?
Oh, no, just clarifying the point that international ships do coastal
Yes.
shipping around domestic coastal container movements around the coast. I mentioned with backhaul, if you come over with a load of imports, you offload them, then you're going to take some export containers from a different port, and you're moving a ship from one port to another, you can potentially take some containers with you.
On the way.
It's very difficult from a timing perspective, because they tend to vary, but you don't know when. But where that activity is.
I just have a couple of supplementary questions, pretty short. The first one, this investment in coastal shipping, my understanding, and I'm just interested in, I'll ask that question. Is your understanding that the current investment is looking at a bespoke trade between New Plymouth and Nelson ports?
I've heard that mooted through a company called Move Logistics. I've heard that they want to are setting up such a service.
Yes.
I think there's already a service actually between Wellington and Nelson, Wellington and Whistleton. I'm not sure of the name. I know that there are some ships that don't.
Would it change your opinion if there was a specific coastal shipping initiative based specifically around the port of Taranaki?
Not really. Well, not at all, actually. So container volumes were in that history of activity in the New Plymouth port. And I just don't, I don't have the opinion that it would be of sufficient volume to change the overall conclusion. It's a small amount. Now, it could be, it may come on, it could be an additional volume activity driver at the port. It could fill in a little bit of the gap there, but it doesn't change my overall conclusion. So my overall conclusion was careful to account for the fact that there are some high uncertainty possibilities that could happen. If we thought they would happen, we would have. But to the extent that we think they will happen, we have. So that's why the conclusion states we don't think there's going to be growth. So there's a lot of scope for new activities before you get to a growth.
Okay, so that might fill the gap of some reduction in others.
Correct.
Yes.
And
yeah. Okay. I just wanted to clarify your answer to Commissioner McMahon about the use of hydrogen for heavy transport. You said it was mainly just for trucks. Is your understanding that that's a future for shipping as well, or not?
it might well be. I haven't personally got any insight to that. But my understanding, and certainly in terms of the New Zealand freight task as a whole, replacement of diesel on the heavy trucking fleet is number one. How do we undertake that freight task without using diesel? It's a challenge. It's going to require an entirely new fleet. It's going to require a distribution network. It's going to require production. It's a very, very big task, and it's a very large proportion relatively of the overall emissions from the economy. So that is also the fact that we don't have much. Now, shipping could well be, but in New Zealand, we don't have many domestically flagged international ships. Predominantly all.
But that doesn't, whether or not domestically flagged or internationally flagged wouldn't change either the fuel mode or their effects coming in and out of port, would it?
No, but in terms from a New Zealand climate change strategy perspective,
Yeah,
it's out of our control. So that might happen, but it would be driven out of Europe, Asia, and the US.
okay.
Yes.
All right. I think that's everything for you. Thank you for your assistance, and particularly sort of like your paragraph 2.8, where you said that when undertaking an independent forecast, we consider what on balance. So you're giving this evidence to us as a true expert without you give the same advice to the Port of Taranaki. I take it. So it's impartial and independent. So thank you for that. Right.
We've arranged, Mr. Slideville, that Mr. Fitzgerald, it's 3 o'clock, and so we'll pull that last hour slot.
Yes.
Lined up.
Great.
So, following from that, if you like,
Yes.
we were going to put one or both of our Ogden and Taylor team in, and realistically, it's probably just one,
Yes.
which will be Mr. Vanden Eyck, who's been here for a day and a half.
Yes.
And Jenny, I doubt we'll get on now today. So Mr. Cameron's going to call Vanden Eyck. And you are the primary, and Liz a supplementary. Well, which I think has, nice, yes. So, yeah. You. Let me see.
Welcome, Robert.
Thank
I think we've got your evidence now in front of us.
Thank you very much. So I'll do a quick summary of my primary evidence and highlight a couple of key points. Then we'll go through to the additional rebuttal evidence provided. So I might just skip through to section 4 as a bit of a start, which is just outlining the process we've taken around identification of the risks from activities on and nearby to the South Sea site. So we've undertaken a review of the hazards in paragraph 4.3. I talk about the review of the hazards presented by the surrounding activities. With the key potential off-site effect hazards we've looked at and focused on effects on people and property due to the explosion of flammable liquids and gases and effects on people from the release of toxic fumes. For the purpose of this assessment, the other effects that you'd look at in terms of risk assessment would be environmental effects, which haven't been considered in terms of the scope. In paragraph 4.4, you'll see we've talked about the main pathway of off-site impacts being through major incidences. So those that have a low likelihood, but potentially high consequence. In particular, in this case, focused on those spills of flammable materials, encountering an ignition source or ignition of the storage vessels themselves. There are potential toxic effects for some of those as well. In particular, we talk through the storage of methanol. Highlighted in just 4.7, I guess that the documents that have been used in terms of the basis of the risk. And I think as mentioned previously by Ms. Shepherd, there are no New Zealand specific guidance, but the New South Wales government guidance has been used throughout New Zealand and would be the most common guidance that is used. And that one in particular highlight what's called HIPAT 4, which is around the risk criteria for land use safety. And I just want to highlight a couple of things there in table 2, in paragraph 4.7. You'll see that there's a range of different individual facility risk criteria that are applied around hazardous facilities. And they range, the criteria range depending on what the land use is, from industrial being the least sensitive through to hospitals, schools, childcare facilities and old age housing being the most sensitive.
Can I just ask, I've asked this before, the fact that New Zealand doesn't have provisions that decision makers can refer to, presumably there's a reason for that, or is it just because we haven't got onto it, or what, that the New South Wales one is accepted at government levels and by the courts?
Yeah, look, I think there's probably two factors there. The first one is that we've, in more recent years, in terms of the hazardous substances approach and provisions, we have followed the Australian model. And that's mirrored through the health and safety at work hazardous substance regulations, which very much model the Australian. I think the other factor is these criteria are used in a number of different kind of jurisdictions around the world, and the same type of criteria apply in those circumstances.
Yes.
So my feeling is if we did develop some New Zealand specific guidance, I'd look very similar to what we see here.
Yeah.
And therefore, I guess the value and need to invest in those New Zealand specific guidance is probably relatively limited.
Yes. So absent any New Zealand guidance, I don't know some of the other expert standards, I think Norwegian standards are applied for some factors, and it's just, but where there's not, is an expert appearing before these sort of hearings and courts? These are the standards that are put up by experts and they're accepted.
That's correct. They are accepted, and they're the same standards that have been applied to similar ones we talked about when quarter.
Yes.
And I guess that's probably a really good one to refer to. So they're the same standards applied to Wynyard Quarter.
Right. Thank you.
And to Port Elizabeth, recent work. In
Yes.
Port Elizabeth.
Okay, right, thank you.
So in paragraph 4.9, I just highlight that the proposed Plymouth district plan has adopted 1 times 10 to the minus 6 as the risk management contour around the hazardous facilities. So as I just highlight there, the criteria does assume that residences will be at their place of residence and exposed to the risk 24 hours a day and continuously day after day for the whole year. So there is a degree of conservativeness in those values. So in paragraph 4.10, highlighting there that where the risk management contour does not overlap the SLC side boundary, the risk to all activities anticipated by mixed use zoning are considered to be acceptable. So that if there is no risk contour exceeding that 1 times 10 to the minus 6, the plan is designated that that's acceptable level of risk. So moving on to section 5, which talks about the site context and the existing sensitivity to hazardous facilities. Again, I'll just flip through to paragraphs 5.4 and 5.5, which focus on the existing sensitive activities in the surrounding neighbourhood. And I just want to highlight a couple of key ones, which give you a kind of a basis of what that existing sensitivity is. So there is existing medium density residential zone to the southeast of the SLC side. So that is allowing residential development. I heard earlier around the changes to the zoning that is, and I'm not sure whether or not that includes that land.
And just to be clear, those are recommendations. We haven't
correct.
yet accepted those, but there seems to be certainly anyway between Kaingaroa and the council planners agreement that that's what they're recommending to us.
And I guess I highlight in response to that irrespective of whether or not it's medium density or more density in terms of the plan, that residential activities are considered sensitive. Yes. So highlighted. We've also got the Mataroa School, which is 100 metres to the southwest on land zoned for residential use on Pioneer Road. And there are other general residential lots around the SLC site within a similar proximity to the port. Also highlight that there is Namotu Beach, which has a associated recreation reserve and includes a children's playground, as well as the new Plymouth Yacht Club. So I guess it's just highlighting the context. There are existing sensitive activities around the site. And I guess we'll talk about a bit more about it in similar distances from the current port activities. So the next stage, the next area is looking at existing hazardous facilities that could pose a risk. And in section 6, step through the process of identifying those sites. So in paragraph 6.2, highlight the process we've taken to identify those sites. The first one being looking at the major hazard facilities on the WorkSafe website. So if you're a major hazard facility, you have to notify WorkSafe, and that gets published on their website. We've also looked at significant hazardous facilities that are identified in the proposed New Plymouth district plan. As well as that, we've followed the good old process of doing a bit of a Google search and looking at what other publicly available information.
And hopefully some ground truthing too.
Obviously some ground truthing, yes. And I do want to highlight as well as obviously a site visit was undertaken around the neighbourhood to have a look around the surrounding area.
I think your figure 1 up on the screen would be particularly helpful. Thank you, Christine.
They are attached to the back as well, but bigger version.
Yeah, so it's probably better to look at Appendix A towards the back, which is
Keep going down just a few more there.
there. Yes. Okay, so the blue's the 3 major hazard facilities.
That's correct.
You
Yes,
see the site there.
and the yellow is showing the sensitive activities being the residential
Yes.
and the recreation activities in the area.
Yes, just looking for that. There's not much left in terms of Kaingora seeking to. Your point is if the residential or medium density is still the same as
It's-
sensitive activities.
It's still a sensitive activity, but if it is upzoned, it would potentially have more population than what's currently allowed. But overall, it doesn't change that application of whether or not it's a sensitive activity or not.
It's probably worth just letting the hearing know that we have been planning for a while to have our own site visit around the port facilities for various reasons. It hasn't happened, but we are planning to do that. And that's sweep up week 22nd to the 26th. So I think that'll be good timing too. It's great to get this advice before we go and have a look because it always makes it more valuable. So thank you for that. Let's go back to your summary.
So really just highlighting in paragraph 6.5, we highlight the 3 major hazard facilities, which were shown on the plan, being the liquid gas limited site, the OMV tank farm, and the Methanex tank farms. Of the 3, the liquid gas is the closest site, and that's been the one that it has been discussed in most detail by others. So in paragraph 6.8, I also highlight that there is 2 active oil and gas wells in the vicinity of the site, being the RNP4 site, which is operated by Greymouth Petroleum, and that's located in the car park next to the yacht club, and the other one being the well on the SLC site itself, being the TPC5. So as we step through, what we've done is we've assessed the risk from each of those facilities in turn, and then looked at what that means overall. So in section 7, talk about the risk from the liquid gas site, that being the closest MHF to the SLC site, and approximately 200 metres northeast. Just want to highlight in section 7.4, you'll see there's some of the risk contours that have been prepared. And I guess just want to highlight there that while the 1.1 times 10 to the minus 6 has been applied within the plan itself, you'll see that the next kind of the more conservative number, 0.5 times 10 to the 6, is shown in green. And you'll see there that even that more conservative one does not extend to the site boundary. And so in terms of the New South Wales guidance, that would mean that the more sensitive activities would also be not unacceptable on the site.
Thanks for that clarification. That's really useful. And the old picture tells 1,000 words, so. Okay, thank you.
So in paragraph 7.5, I guess just concluding the assessment in terms of the gas facility, and state there that I consider that the risks to the SLC site from the gas facility are acceptable for the proposed land uses, including any residential or accommodation, commercial or industrial activities. So in section 8, we talk about the risk from the methanex storage tanks. So these are located a bit further away, so about 800 metres to the northeast of the site, and are storing bulk storage of methanol. Again, you can see those locations and those risk management contours in paragraph 8.3, and you'll see that those are entirely contained within the port boundaries. Again, in 8.7, just highlighting the conclusion there, overall, I consider the potential risks to SLC site from methanex are acceptable for the proposed land uses.
Yeah. I asked some questions the other day or yesterday, it's been losing track of the time, but about the wind directions and the definitely prominent southeasterly, southwesterly. That's when it's pretty cold here.
Yeah, that's correct. I don't know, Ms. Simpson will talk about it in a bit more detail, but as a colleague, we have talked about the wind in terms of understanding both from her work in terms of the equality, but what that means in terms of the risk. And I guess those risk contours generally don't take into account the prominent wind directions. You'll see there's a little bit of a nodble, but they're looking at those risks irrespective of what the wind is predominantly. But if that wind is blowing away, it would be highly unlikely that there would be an incident where there was something coming towards the site based on those prominent wind directions. So it would take particularly when we talk about toxics, which isn't modelled in those graphs, it would take a toxic release away from the SLC site into the sea rather than towards the SLC site.
With the predominant wind.
Yes.
Right, thank you.
So running through in section 9, the risk from the OMV tank farm, and this is starting to get quite a distance away from the site, so it's well over 800 metres at this one. And again, just really highlighting that overall in paragraph 9.6, that I consider the potential risks to SLC site from the OMV tank farm as negligible. In section 10, that's where we've looked at the risk from other activities, and one that's come up, I believe, in previous hearings has been around the PKE storage, and just want to highlight that the main risk associated with PKE storage is associated with it being something that can burn, and so it's kind of more in kin hazardous substance perspective to something like bulk timber or something, in which case it's not an explosive risk to offsite, it's around a risk in terms of it combusting.
Similar to the old compost heap, if it gets too hot.
That's correct, yeah.
So it heats up and come burst into fire from within.
And in accordance with that, there's generally expected to be robust controls around ensuring you don't have any combustion of the PKE while in storage, which mitigates any concerns.
Robert, could you just remind us where that's located?
This reference one, got figures, I think.
Yeah, it was. I believe it's in one of the white bulk ones, but I would probably best.
Yeah, page you want it,
If you look at any of the drawings, so
Annex A, figure 4, have a look at that.
yes.
It came up yesterday and I just didn't mark it.
You see the liquid gas site, which
Yep.
is circled blue.
Yes,
Immediately to the right of that, you've got the three,
yes,
that's the Craig Norgate store, and that's where the PKE is stored.
okay,
That's one area on the port. The
yes,
other area where PKE is stored on the port is where the chimney stack is,
yes,
in the left-hand corner of the port. Immediately south of that, there's a big turbine hall, there's PKE stored in there as well.
okay, the old power station.
So then I'll move on to just about the risk of the two oil wells, being the TBC 5 and RMP 4. So in TBC 5, you'll see in paragraph 10.12, I talk about on the basis that the well is appropriately closed and remediated. I consider the risk to users of the site is minimized to an acceptable level, similar to other abandoned wells in residential sites in the surrounding area. Until that time, then I support the precautionary planning approach in relation to the co-location of sensitive land uses in relation to having those in the other areas until that well has been decommissioned.
Do you have experience in wells and decommissioning and?
I don't. So that would be a specialist area looking at that, and that's where the work's being done, looking at that well and the specific risk assessment
Yeah.
has been done previously.
Yeah.
And I'd expect you'd get basically a specialist drilling company come in terms of capping and sealing that well.
Is that pretty standard practice that there are professional companies that go around and cap and?
Yep. So as part of the,
Doing this
obviously
well,
we're so I guess we're in Taranaki, which is the the main area in terms of the oil and gas industry.
Yes.
And they've got a lot of experience in terms of both establishing wells and there's a number of wells being drilled, as well as sealing and capping and managing the risk associated with those wells.
That's just BAU though, isn't it? Business as usual.
correct. And that's correct. And I guess I do want to highlight, we've talked about the risk from the obviously the capping and abandoning that well.
Yeah.
There's also an expectation at the moment that if there's any existing wells, that the risk is managed from those wells at the moment. So it's not that there's nothing that needs to be done until the well is capped. It's an ongoing obligation for somebody from the first drilling of the well all the way through to capping that well.
Thank you.
At your paragraph 10.12, what's your understanding of the proposed precautionary approach in relation to the co-location of sensitive land uses that's being proposed by Ms. Hooper?
So at the moment, my understanding is that the nature of the development by splitting it into the three areas. Obviously, I apologise, I don't have the specific names of the areas. Three precincts. But the idea is that the precinct that has the well in it won't be developed or won't have any sensitive land uses in that until that has been effectively capped and a report has been done to the satisfaction of the council that risk has been managed and dealt with.
Yes, thank you. And that was my understanding from yesterday also. Just wanted to make sure you shared that. Question I asked to Ms. Shepherd yesterday was how reliant would your client be on the cooperation of Greenmouth in terms of that? You would have heard that question. And have there been any discussions about that? And is it, I guess also related question, is the requirement to cap and abandon it a requirement of the regulations, or is it driven by the district plan or a combination of both?
So at the moment, the regulations that apply are under the health and safety at work regulations that apply to the wells. Those, as I mentioned, those regulations apply now in terms of the well holder having a responsibility to keep those wells safe.
Yes.
In terms of the capping of the well, I'm not aware of there's been any specific discussions around that process. But I know we have had discussions with Greenmouth Petroleum in terms of understanding both this well and the adjacent well. So we're aware that those, obviously they seem open to have discussions. But but I also highlight that as they've got an existing obligation on land they don't own, my feeling is that they would be willing to basically discharge that obligation by getting that well capped.
And Robert, is your understanding that the well was producing, albeit low quantities at the moment? And
Yeah, my understanding is there's no commercial, so there's nothing that's coming from the site, but it is generating small quantities of predominantly gas rather than any condensate.
yes. What do the regulations tell us about the need for intervention for capping and et cetera?
So if the well has been, kept safe, there's no obligation on them to have a timeframe at which they need to cap the well. It is obviously at the end of the life, you'd expect that if they no longer want to use it and want to discharge that responsibility of maintaining it, that they would cap it and just be able to discharge that responsibility.
So if it kept producing, albeit at not commercial quantities, for the life of the plan, then precinct A would remain as a straw man, so to speak, in terms of what could happen in terms of the location of sensitive activities.
That's right, they wouldn't be able to have sensitive activities there, but obviously there's other provisions that are activities that are provided for.
Thank you.
And running through AMP 4 in paragraphs 10.14 onwards, just really highlighting in 10.15 kind of what you can see. You've heard about the nodding neddy beam pump, and again you'll see that when you go to site. Highlighting, obviously really the scale of this well. We're not talking about a significant well in terms of what you might see elsewhere in the district.
Just wanting to locate that again. Also, I wonder if Mr. Dingle can assist again.
Yeah, sure.
And it's near the yacht club, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a right actually in the car park, just outside the club.
Using that same figure 4, and
If you go from the building we just described as having the PKE stored in it.
the Craig Millpack store.
Yep. And you just go directly right to where the beginning of the yellow is.
Yes.
It's in that vicinity right there.
Okay. In the car park.
In the car park, yes.
On the edge of the car park, right under the carver trees.
Yes. Okay. Where those structures are visible, those.
I'll come over and show you.
Yes. Oh. Thank you, Mr. Dingle.
Yes, we did have a quick squiz around that one of our site visits and did see that, so.
I think I was eating my lunch at the time.
So running through that, I guess in 10.17, confirm that we've had discussions with Brownfield Petroleum to confirm the scale of the well operation and extent of the risk. And on the basis of that discussion, understanding the risk for many of their well sites, all of their well sites are contained within the leased areas, and they consider the risk from RNP for the South Sea site is acceptable. And I noticed there that I consider the risk to SLC site from RNP4 is lower than the risk to the other adjacent activities, including other sensitive land uses near the beach, such as the yacht club and children's playground. Also note that the area is heavily used by the public for recreation, and obviously I do go down there to visit when we come down to visit family, take our kids down there, and it's regularly relatively busy with boats and camper vans and so on around that side. So highlighting in 10.1 and 10.19, the requirement to manage the risk to these closer activities should more than mitigate the risk to the SLC site. And I consider the ongoing operation of RNP4 does not limit the mixed use zoning of the SLC site. So in section 11, we talk through potential changes in the risk profile in the future. I want to highlight that this is based on publicly available information, such as annual reports, PED, and local news articles. So in relation to that, we've identified a number of changes in the surrounding area that we've identified. highlighting the first one in A, the decommissioning and shutting of the Cortiva agricultural chemical site, which is 950 metres to the west of the SLC site. The decommissioning of the New Zealand Oil Services tanks at 30 Centennial Drive, which are located approximately 500 metres northwest of the site, and decommissioning of the Z terminal type tanks at 820 Namotu Road, approximately 330 metres west of the SLC site. I do highlight in 11.3 that any new activity that introduced a significant new risk from hazardous substances would need to demonstrate that the risk can be sufficiently managed to mitigate risks to the existing surrounding environment, including the existing residences in the Motorola school.
Yes. That seems to be quite a important factor for you, Robert. That you've got these existing facilities that have to be recognised and managed and provided for, and that sort of sets a control already. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. Those existing sensitive activities, if a new activity was coming in, they would need to consider those activities in terms of their risk, and in terms of the plan provisions. Obviously they can't have any risk that exceeds that 1 times 10 to the -6 over those existing sensitive activities. So any contour that would need to be established would need to be back from those.
And by association, the SLC site would be.
That's correct. Yeah. So I think we'd touch on in the rebuttal, but if you saw the maps, like the maps again, it might be worthwhile to bring out.
So the appendix A, figure 4 again.
Yes, that was probably as good as any. Scroll down. That's the one. So if you see there, you can, if you kind of make a curve from the Namudu beach through to those existing residential activities, you'll see that that's kind of the extent at which any hazard overlay could extend to. And that is less, closer distance than what the SLC site, and particularly when you consider that the first precinct is not proposed to use sensitive activities, so set back even further than the boundary of the SLC site.
That's pretty critical evidence for us, I think. You highlighted that in your executive summary.
Yes.
And I'm wondering whether you could do the curve for us.
Yes.
And show us the graphic.
That would be no problem. Yep.
Yeah, and perhaps through you, Derek, put it in with there's some things that I think are coming.
Other plans?
Yes. I think that would be really helpful, because my read is that there is already an existing control around matters of expertise that would be more, curve wouldn't come in because of the SLC site.
That's correct. And I guess that's where you're covering off in 11.5, concluding exactly that the rezoning of the site doesn't constrain that existing, those areas any further than the existing land uses do.
Yes. Thank you.
So running through section 12, just to respond to the initial section 42A report. I'll just highlight a couple of things. In paragraph 12.2, I note that paragraph 114 noted that the proximity to the hazardous facilities could expose any residents to a fire explosion, resulting in injury. As discussed earlier on evidence, I consider the risk of such an event from the existing facilities is below the acceptable level. So obviously is less risk at the SLC site. Further, there are also existing sensitive activities located within similar distances to both existing facilities and the port zone, which will constrain any future development of these activities to a similar or greater extent than any new sensitive activities on the SLC site. I might just jump through to the final conclusion, which is 13.1. In my review of the surrounding facilities, has found that there are no unacceptable off-site risks associated with hazardous substances and facilities that would restrict the rezoning of the SLC site.
Thank you. Do you want to? I've picked up all my questions on your primary brief on the way through. David, did you have any others on the primary brief?
I do have the supplementary. if you
Yes,
want me to
yes,
go through that.
let's take us through that.
Yep.
Thank you.
So you've got a copy of that?
Yes.
Cool. So I might just flip through to section 2.
Yes.
Yeah. So section 2, evidence of Janice Carter, paragraphs 136 to 144. At paragraphs 136 to 144, Miss Carter places significant weight on the generic 250 metre separation distance in the proposed district plan to the nearby activities at RMP 4 and TBC 5, which if applied would cover a large portion of the site. I also note that she seeks non-compliant activity status within sub-precinct B until such time as TBC 5 is kept and abandoned. I wish to highlight 3 points in response. Firstly, as set out in my primary evidence and as outlined in the hearings on the hazardous substances chapter, it is confirmed that these generic separation distances do not apply outside of the rural production zone. Therefore, I do not consider that they can be taken as a proxy for the actual degree of risk posed by either facility in this location. Secondly, applying generic separation distances where, as is the case and as set out in my primary evidence, the site-specific circumstances are known is inappropriate. In the case of TPC 5, the provisions are drafted in such a way as to ensure that it is properly capped and abandoned and certified before sensitive activities can take place within sub-precinct C, where the bulk of the residential activities proposed. In relation to RMP 4, and based on the information provided to me by Greymountain Petroleum, the risk contour for that facility is unlikely to extend beyond the car park surrounding the well, let alone the distance to the boundary of the South Sea site. Thirdly, I've reviewed the likely risk contours provided by Elemental Group for the previous resource consent hearing. In my early analysis and am satisfied that the risk profile for TPC 5 prior to capping and abandonment remains within sub-precinct C. On that basis, I see no reason to extend non-compliant status for sensitive uses to sub-precinct B in advance of capping and abandonment. Section 3, evidence of Sarah Shepherd. I reviewed Ms. Shepherd's evidence provided as part of the Council's Section 42A report at the end of, and I'm pleased to see that there is general agreement between us. In particular, I know that she agrees with paragraph 20 that the increased distance to sensitive activities from the liquid gas facility would not present an unacceptable risk in the absence of a societal risk being assessed. I take that as being Ms. Shepherd's agreement that the risk posed to the liquid gas facility is not unacceptable. I also note that she agrees in paragraphs 21 to 23 that the process of reviewing the risk management contours for Greymouth Petroleum Limited's other well sites provides increased confidence that RMP4 does not present an unacceptable risk to the SLC site. This is consistent with my primary evidence and is directly contrary to the evidence of Ms. Carter above that seeks to apply much more significant generic separation distances instead. I agree with Ms. Shepherd's evidence in this regard.
Robert, can I? This is an issue with all evaluative evidence. You're saying that the liquid gas facility, the risks are acceptable. Sarah says it's not unacceptable. Is that the same thing?
I believe it's the same thing. Yes. Yes.
Sarah, would you agree with that?
Yeah. Sometimes it's can be in a comfortable position to say that is acceptable, but in terms of what's defined as acceptable in the plan.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Well, that's what I thought the answer would be, but just double checking. Carry on, Robert.
I note that Ms. Shepherd raised 2 potential matters of detail in relation to the proposed approach and the provisions prepared by Ms. Hooper on behalf of SLC. They are A, the process of certifying and approving the abandonment, B, the status of non-sensitive activities within sub-precinct C prior to the abandonment of the well. I note that Ms. Shepherd has not raised any concerns regarding the establishment of sensitive activities once the well has been abandoned. The legal process for certifying or approving abandonment is not something I'm qualified to comment on. However, I understand from SLC that the well continues to produce a limited amount of condensate, which is captured and periodically transported off-site. It is envisaged that SLC will work with the permit holder to ensure the necessary regulatory reporting is complete. However, it is clear that the proposed provisions strongly discourage sensitive activities within sub-precinct C until that event has occurred to the satisfaction of the council. I think we just mentioned that before we did. I understand that Ms. Hooper will respond to the issues of non-sensitive, i.e. industrial activities in a reply statement. However, to summarise my primary evidence focused on activities that are generally sensitive to risk from nearby hazardous facility substances, as that is the relevant matter under the proposed policy framework. I understand from Ms. Hooper that non-sensitive activities are permitted within risk management contours and generic separation distances on the basis that they pose less risk than those which involve, for example, significant periods of occupation during the day and night, such as resident occupation. Section 42, Addendum Report. Also respond below to statements made by Mr. Wesley in his Section 42A Addendum Report. In paragraph 58, Mr. Wesley considers that there is a potential for rezoning of the SLC site to constrain the future expansion of the liquid gas facility. However, he acknowledges that there are other sensitive activities in the vicinity of the liquid gas facility, which may already provide this constraint. Therefore, in his opinion, the cost of this restriction to liquid gas may be minimal. I agree with the statement. As set out in my primary evidence, there is existing residential activity within the same distances as those proposed for the SLC site, which will in turn already constrain the expansion of the 1 times 10 to the minus 6 contour. Rezoning of the SLC site for mixed-use development is not constraining the extent of the contour any more than those existing land uses, which is acknowledged by Mr. Wesley. In paragraphs 60 to 65, Mr. Wesley makes a range of comments in relation to the activities on the SLC site itself and the risk posed by TBC5. In particular, he concludes that there is a high risk from hazardous substances to the health and safety of future occupants of the SLC site based on currently available information. I disagree. As set out in my primary statement, there are other existing capped wells throughout New Plymouth within existing residential neighbourhoods. The purpose of the capping is to make the well safe. The example from the previous application referenced in paragraph 61 of the report relates to the risk of the uncapped productive well, which is not what is proposed here. The well will be capped and the development will be undertaken, and no development will be undertaken of sensitive activities until this is undertaken. The two scenarios are quite different. One option would be to add a requirement that no sensitive activities are to be established until the well has been capped and a report has been provided to council. This is no different than the approach taken to other risks such as landfill gas, mold landfills and contaminated sites. Further, I wish to highlight under clause F1 of the Building Act, any buildings need to ensure safeguards to people from injury or illness caused by hazardous agents or contaminants on a site. I note that Mr. Wesley's analysis is not consistent with the evidence of Ms. Shepherd on behalf of the council. Mr. Wesley seems to take what appears to be a general agreement between the technical experts as to the approach, subject to some concerns around activities until the well is capped and uncertainty around the legal obligation as amounting to an unacceptable risk. In my view, the proposed provisions, as amended in the rebuttal statement from Ms. Hooper, adequately avoid risk to sensitive activities from TBC5 on the basis that they are sufficient to ensure that those sensitive activities do not occur on the site prior to capping and abandonment, having been undertaken to the satisfaction of the relevant regulator, to the satisfaction of the council. In conclusion, I continue to support the proposed rezoning of the SLC site on the basis of the proposed provisions in Ms. Hooper's statement, on the basis that the risk to sensitive activities from hazardous substances is acceptable. Nothing in the evidence submitted by Port Taranaki Limited or the council has given me cause to reconsider their opinion.
David, do you have any questions on the supplementary? No, I don't either. And you're right on time, Robert.
Cool.
Just like to say, very professional evidence, really well written and clear. Like I read all sorts of evidence and I found this really interesting. Not to say that, obviously, that's really just, thank you very much for setting that out with the figures and everything else. Thank you.
We'll get that through.
All right, so look, I think we'll need to take a quick comfort stop, 5 minutes only, and then we'll be back. Craig, I think, has. Very much. What do you want to?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So we have Mr. Fitzgerald online, and he has prepared a very succinct summary statement, which should be in front of you. It's only 5 or 6 pages. I will hand over to him to take you through that, and it's a summary of his evidence that you already had in writing.
Yes.
It also captures his succinct responses to the issues that Mr. Stiles has been raising to the extent he considers that we need to address those. Before I hand over for him to take you through that, I think there is one correction that he has found that he needs to make a typographical error of sorts in his primary statement. Yes. Just for completeness, I might ask him to do that. I think Mr. Fitzgerald was at paragraph 7.9.
Correct. It is. So in 7.9, I've quoted Mr. Stiles and I've used the word within when it should say beyond. It doesn't change the intent of the paragraph, but it's just a correction.
So this is your primary statement of evidence. So just pause for a minute while the commissioners are 7.9 on page 15.
So the change you'd like to make, Craig, let's take us through that again.
In the first sentence, it says Mr. Stiles states that all rail movements within the PTL land, it should say beyond, must be excluded. I've incorrectly quoted him.
Thank you. So I think we're in your hands, and you're a very large head looming over the whole hearing, so we can certainly see you and hear you loud and clear. So welcome to the hearing, and
Yeah, kia ora koutou. It's actually quite disconcerting because I saw how big it was in the background, so looking at myself. Yeah, no, I'll get started. So I will take the first couple of paragraphs as read and get onto the summary. Starting at 2.2, in 5.1, the proposed PDP requires the port noise to be assessed in accordance with the port noise standard. So this is normal and appropriate. In 5.1, the original Port Taranaki noise model has been updated to represent a busy operating period in the current and future noise environments. And my colleagues and I work with PTL to determine the representative noise model operational assumptions. I consider the assumptions are appropriately conservative. Now, I just thought I'd pause here because every time I make one of these noise models, my first interaction with the port companies are to try and ensure that they have representative operational assumptions. I can't make them up. I have to get them out of the port and make sure that they're appropriate. And there's always an inclination on behalf of the port companies, just generally, that they want to maximize what's happening on the port and the noise contours. And I always pare that back and require alignment with a master planning scenario or similar. And I had that conversation with Port Taranaki. So it was me that had that conversation back in 2016 when we started this process. And that's flowed through the process of determining those appropriate operational assumptions. So that I can't make up the assumptions, but I can guide them and make sure that they can be tested and align with something. And because it started in 2016, I might also add that I think the original assumptions on the SLC site came from Fonterra activity that was happening on that site at the time. It's getting a little vague over time, but Mr. Dingle can confirm that. But it has some basis that predates this process. So getting on to 2.4. The port noise.
Before you carry on, Craig, I think somewhere in your evidence or somewhere else, you did refer to a master plan. You just referred to it again. Is there a document that is a port master plan with a date on it, or is that yeah? When you talk about master planning, just enlighten us what you mean by that.
So quite often there's so we have to, you talked about, is 10 years appropriate and the likes. Well, the port noise standard says there's no time frame for port noise development, but it recommends at least 10 years looking into the future. And I suspect that's supposed to be aligned with the life of the plan. Now, so when we go in there, we usually ask for, is there any plans over the 10 to 15 years that you can align this with? And usually the port will have some, whether they're aspirations or resource consents or whatever they are, but they are a basis for trying to determine what that future and noise environment will look like. And I'm pretty sure we had some documents like that. I don't have them at hand, but that's how we approach these things. And yeah.
Okay, so you're talking back in time to 2016 when you first started?
Correct. Yeah,
You picked
it
up
was
the model?
updated. Yeah, it was updated quite a few times in that period. I suspect the last time was in 2020, because usually we're looking 15 years in advance. That's why you end up at 2035. But those master planning scenarios, they evolve, and I suppose that's Mr. Dingle's alluded to newer options that are not represented in our model, but they represent a future master planning scenario at a point in time.
Okay, so just to get this clear, you've first started involvement at the port in 2016. You've
Yep.
built a model at that time and it's been updated since then?
Correct.
Yes, and that, I think your evidence to us is that that was based on some master planned assumptions you got from the port.
Correct.
You can't, and back to my question, can you point to a document or a plan to say, here's our future vision, please model this for your future modeling?
I don't have a single document, no.
Mr. Dingle, is there any such thing?
There has been master planning documents over time, and we're currently relooking at it, and with the assumption that offshore wind is going to be a key part of the port. So I gave you a master planning document today. It would probably date back all my time in the port 3 years ago.
Yes.
So it may not be particularly relevant to the conversation we're having today.
Okay. Okay, so but I think this, Craig, you've been saying you check with the port, what are the visions, what's likely these 10 years, and you update every few years. I think you've told us the last time this model was updated was 2020, but then we've also heard there's been some tweaks recently as well. So, you know, this model is a model, so it will spit out outputs and plans and things, I presume.
Correct.
Is that what's been happening?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Oops, sorry. So
You're at 2.4, I think, yes.
correct. Port noise contours in the Western Port align well with the modelling and monitoring. The activities are repeatable and reliable. The noise contours in the East continue to respond to the evolving mix of activities in that area. As well, I'm out of order now, but as you will hear from Mr. Dingle, the activities in the East have been and continue to be dynamic. The modelled noise contours are used to inform the appropriate planning and implementation of the inner and outer control noise boundaries. The noise contours are not the sole determinant. So overall, I agree with Mr. Carter that the ICB and OCB retained in the PDP will continue to sufficiently enable port zone activities while providing flexibility, consistency and certainty to the port and community. So then what I've done is I've moved on to addressing Mr. Styles' evidence. And yeah, I'll just get straight into that, shall I? In 3.1,
Yes.
Mr. Styles' supplementary evidence readdresses many of the matters in even further detail. There's a circularity in the arguments. So in the interests of brevity, I've focused on the matters that I consider are most relevant to the commissioners. Where I don't respond to Mr. Styles' residual concerns, it should be not taken as acceptance. So first I touch on the ICB and OCB review process. I think it's important to realise how that's undertaken. Then I consider there's two key questions for you. Does the ICB location respond to the zoning or vice versa? And secondly, are there potential reverse sensitivity effects inside the 55 noise contour? Lastly, I address Mr. Styles proposed an exclusion of rail movements in the port noise rule, so I'll address that lastly. The ICB and OCB review process in 3.4. In my opinion, the review of the noise control boundaries has two stages. So part one is a modelling exercise. That's my role. Undertake a modelling exercise in accordance with the port noise standard methods to produce noise contours that are representative of the future port environment. The ICB is informed by port zone land plus any other land on which the 65 noise contour falls. The OCB is informed by land on which the 55 noise contour falls. Part 2 or B, the planning implementation, which is not my role. The modelling exercise informs the planning implementation of the ICB and OCB. This is a form of reality check when real world considerations are applied, including those listed in Port Noise Standard Clause 6.4.7. The matters in that clause I can't help with, but they're in the Port Noise Standard, they're planning matters. This is particularly relevant when considering the dynamic port operations in the east. Both Mr. Stiles and I acknowledge there is need for some flexibility in the implementation of the ICB and OCB to achieve good planning outcomes. We appear to differ on where that flexibility is applied. I consider the flexibility or real world lens as most appropriately applied during the planning implementation. Mr. Stiles and potentially Mr. Lloyd appear to favour flexibility during the modelling exercise, e.g. whether to include or not include trains in the port zone, and rigid implementation of the resulting noise contours as the ICB and OCB.
You can perhaps just pause there.
Sure.
David, do you have any questions?
I do really.
Okay, well, look, you fire away, and we'll just deal with these 3 issues as we go through. Craig, that's okay?
Sure.
4 issues and you are.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fitzgerald. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Good, thank you. Yell out if I fade out. Just starting at the very end of that section 3.5 A and B, you've outlined, I guess, the difference in approach between yourself and then Mr. Lloyd and Mr. Stiles. In paragraph A of 3.5, are you referring, when you say planning implementation, are you referring to a consenting process?
Sorry, did you say 3.4A or B?
No, 3.5A.
3.5A. So yeah.
You said.
Yeah, so I'm
carry on.
So that's in relation to 3.4B. So I think that's where the flexibility is. So I've done the model in accordance with the Port Noise Standard. The noise contours are where they lie, and then there's other factors that you need to weigh up to determine where the boundaries are going to be. So the noise contours inform where the boundaries should be. So does the zoning, plus other planning matters.
Okay. I'm still not sure I understand that. When you refer to the term planning implementation in 3.4B planner's role, and then you refer to it again in 3.5A, I consider the flexibility or real world lens as the most appropriately applied during the planning implementation. What's the output of planning implementation? Is it the production of the district plan, or is it the consenting process that follows the production of the district plan?
So it's the location of the ICB and OCB. So does it need to update more than just what's in the noise contours? It's the land use controls that follow under that. Yeah. Essentially, I just inform that process. I don't decide where the ICB and OCB goes.
Yes. Okay. Well, this question probably reflects my misunderstanding of what you're saying. I thought you were differentiating between a plan making process and which is the modelling exercise, and the consenting process, which I thought might be referring to under the plan implementation process. But from your answer, what I'm getting from you is that both of those processes fit into the plan making exercise.
Correct. If I understand you right, yeah.
Yes. By plan making, I mean the preparation and production of the district plan.
Yes.
From its start to finish.
Yes.
As opposed to the implementation of its contents through a consenting process where necessary.
Yes, the former.
Okay. So within that component of plan making, you've identified 2 sub approaches, or a 2-stage approach. One is your modelling approach and then what the planners then do with your modelled information and how it's presented in the district plan. Is that how you would have us understand that?
Correct, yes. So clause 6.4.7 in the Port Noise Standard helps to give you a feel for that component. There's a list of A to G of relevant considerations, and none of them are actually relevant to the acoustic consultant. And that's when it says the local authority should consider whether the models, the noise model ICB and OCB that I produce are reasonable basis for planning. And then it lists A to G considerations, which are things like national and regional local development and international transport requirements and cost and benefit analysis. And the last one's any other relevant considerations. They're wider planning lenses that need to be applied as to what's actually required here. Are the noise contours actually providing a suitable function for what you're trying to protect there?
Yes, I understand that, and the classic Section 32 tests and producing provisions in a plan in terms of the appropriateness. So I understand all that, Mr. Fitzgerald. What I'm struggling with is, given that it appears that the ICB and the OCB have been merely rolled over from the operative plan into the proposed plan, and based on your advice, whoever the author was, and this is not a criticism, it's an observation, has largely taken the modelling advice verbatim without any obvious change to it. Whether there's been application of those wider considerations, I'm not too sure, but Mr. Wesney wasn't able to enlighten me on that yesterday. So that really those two stages or substages in terms of the modelling and plan implementation haven't produced a different result in terms of what's in the plan, have they? The ICB and the OCB are in the same position.
They are.
As the operative plan.
Yes. So as far as I'm aware, my modelling didn't inform that review.
Okay.
So they were rolled over before I provided my modelling content. So
okay, well, okay, that's fine. You've since done the review, and you're saying that the modelling in 3.4a hasn't given cause to change anything since the plan was notified. And when you say the review, that's the review that you undertook. When was that undertaken? It's a recent phenomenon, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. So that's where I summarised that in the West, they are repeatable and reliable, and they actually do represent the extent of the control boundaries. So they're quite reliable up there, and the 55 just touches the OCB, and then to the east they don't. They clearly don't follow it out and everywhere in the OCB. But that's the second part of that is the planning lens in terms of do they need to provide for that. To the south of the SLC site, the noise contours don't land on there, but up on right up the back where to the south where the land is elevated, it gets up to about 54. So it's not far off, but it isn't as high as 55.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying there. There are other questions around the future realistic scenarios, and I'm not sure if they fit into this first issue, Mr. Chairman. Are we going to deal with those later?
I'll have to deal with those later.
Yes.
Yes, I do have a question. Craig, at 3.4a, it's the middle sentence. I'll read it back to you. The ICB is informed by port zone land plus any other land on which the 65 dB LDN noise contour falls. So is that outside the port land? Across the road, industrial areas?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so I think that the figure 1 in the standard is very helpful in that regard. And at my paragraph 7.6 in my primary evidence, I include figure 1 and I just I highlight a site. And you can see in the key that it's got port zoned land as one of the key items. And there's a site that I've highlighted because it's zoned port zone, but it's not within the 65, yet it is actively included inside the inner control boundary.
Yes. Can we perhaps just go to that on the screen? Look, I have to say my eyes glazed over on that figure because I couldn't read it.
Should I share my
Can
screen?
we get? Well, no, I think Christine will do that.
Okay, cool.
And blow it up as big as you can, Christine. Yeah, can you just take us through what the words say and also what you're trying to show in this figure, Craig?
Sure. Firstly, I apologize. It is actually black and white in the standard. It would be much easier if it was color. So on the top left-hand side, you can see that it's got zones in there. So port zoned land is a certain color. So then what I've done is I've highlighted a site that is port zoned. It is not within the 65 LDN contour because the 65 LDN contour is a little higher than that, just above the cursor. It's keep going up, up, up. That's the 60. That down. There's a lot that says 65 contour, and then there's a line that goes underneath. That's the 65 contour. So it does not go onto that site. But then there's a dark black line. So right in the top right-hand corner, you can see a lot. Yep. That black line goes around the outside of either port zoned land or the 65 contour. It is an active inclusion of that site into the ICB. And when it refers to the rules, it has both what is it, 6.5.1. It has the rules and activities and restrictions within control boundaries. One part is restrictions on land use, and the other one is adequate insulation buildings from port noise. The restrictions on land use, in my mind, are to prohibit noise sensitive activities within the port zone, within the inner control boundary, sorry.
Okay, so you got that?
So that's that.
Yes, I've highlighted that in online. So, okay, so back to my question. In the Port Taranaki situation, we've got port zone land, but the ICB could also include non-port zone land that goes across the road and other industrial areas. That was what my question was. Is that the situation?
Correct. So it's all port zone land plus any land that the 65 contour touches.
Okay, but that 65 contour is caused by, I presume, in the port areas, it's the largest noise source will be the port.
Correct.
Okay, so this is port noise spilling over at a high level into adjacent land, and therefore it's up for grabs and to basically say, well, if causing noisy stuff in the port, even though we're not owned or zoned, that plays into where the ICB goes.
Correct.
Okay, no, I think it's pretty important for us to understand. Not sure whether the other noise consultants can probably help us, or Mr. Lloyd's listening, so any clarity we might need that from the staff, just on how it operates here in Port Taranaki would be helpful to us in the wider reply Yes, okay, so should we move on to the next area?
Yes, I think part of the answer to that is also in 3.7 that I'm about to get to. So I'll just point
Yes,
the
okay.
relevant word out when I get there. So yes, on to the first question, I suppose. Does the ICB location respond to the zoning or vice versa? So in my opinion, the ICB location follows the zoning decision. The zoning is a necessary assumption to inform the modelling exercise described in 3.4 above, which we've just really discussed. I've assumed that the SLC site, as notified, would remain in the port zone. The port noise standard, in that clause there, 6.3.1 states that the inner control boundary shall encompass the area of land or water known in any local authority plan as an area for port purposes, or the land and water within the 65 contour, whichever is the greater. I've just referred you to figure 1 in the port noise standard, which shows an active intent to include port zone sites within the ICB, regardless of noise level. Inside the ICB, table 1 recommends new noise sensitive activities should be prohibited activities. I consider the port noise standard method is appropriate, and hence I consider the SLC site is appropriately located inside the ICB. Now the word shall is in terms of the assessment method, is a mandatory requirement in the standard. In 2.3 it says shall is mandatory and should is optional or recommended. Of course, you've got full discretion about whether you implement it in the plan, but in terms of a modelling exercise, it requires me to include it.
Okay, so just take a hypothetical situation here, and this, well, it's not hypothetical, it's true. We have a planning proposal which has the SLC land just rolling over the noise contours from the previous plan and the land zoned port. We have an alternative proposal that we're required to assess under section 32 and section 32AA, which is clearly within scope of the submissions from Seaport that require us to look at all of the pros and cons of that zoning in place, including the effects, etc. So I think what you're telling us is that because you're only really looking at zoning as proposed in the plan, which is one decision-making option we have another decision-making option which we can take based on the submissions and say, well, no, we think that we agree hypothetically, we haven't made a decision yet, that this area should be zoned mixed use. In that case, what would be how would your model respond to that?
Yes, so that's what I've addressed in 3.8, which is the next paragraph. So that basically, given the two options, I'm explaining why I've come to my conclusion, and then I've also entertained Mr. Stiles' assumption that the SLC site will be rezoned mixed use in 3.7. Yes. This requires. Okay. Shall I continue or?
Continue. Yes, I'm jumping ahead. Apologize.
That's okay. This requires the zoning decision to follow the ICB location. If we assume that the SLC site is rezoned mixed use, it is generally accepted that the SLC site is and would be subject to representative port noise levels of approximately 55 to 58 LDN. My technical modelling exercise shows that the SLC site would then be located between the ICB and OCB, but the site would still be subject to the subsequent planning implementation review described in 3.4 above. So I'm acknowledging that without that requirement, it would, and if it was mixed use, it would be between the ICB and OCB. But those are the two angles. If you, my evidence starts in 3.7, Mr. Stiles is in 3.8.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
So that's, I suppose, the first question. And then the second question is, are there potential reverse sensitivity effects inside the 55 noise contour? And on that, the port noise standard is clear. So up to 55 dB, there are noise effects, but they don't warrant land use controls. Between 55 and 65 is a compromised noise environment that requires planning controls to mitigate effects. The ODP required facade sound insulation controls for new or altered dwellings in existing residential zones, e.g. Whiteley Street, I support this mitigation approach for existing residential zones. Above 65 is not a suitable environment for noise sensitive activities, and it's really by exception. As a noise expert, it is a compromised noise environment. So to prevent reverse sensitivity effects, new zoning for essentially noise sensitive activities should not be provided for within the 55 port noise contour. This is different from my approach for new or altered dwellings in existing residential zones above. I understand my technical opinion on, as a noise expert, is balanced in the wider planning review of the appropriate zoning. So again, I mean, if you, as per 3.8, if we have to assume that the CLC site is rezoned for mixed use, the proposed sound insulation design response and is appropriate. It is part of part of an appropriate planning response.
Yeah. Is there a plan we could look at online to show where this, I think you're saying within the 310, new zoning should not be provided for within the 55 dB. So is there a plan that shows that line?
So yes, I do have that, but it's conceptual in terms of that's irrespective of this site or any other. Inside 55, it's a compromised noise environment, so you have to make an active planning decision to enable it. So
Yes, but also the active planning decision requires mitigation, doesn't it?
correct.
But I'm thinking about the site we're talking about rather than a theoretical site. So how does your advice in 3.10 apply on the ground in terms of the situation we have in front of us?
So the existing dwellings and the existing residential communities that are bordering the port, that's between the OCB and ICB, at the moment they would generally have to shut their windows. Basically, is pretty much all they have to do, and have some ventilation.
Yes.
But that's an appropriate mitigation response to those noise sensitive activities that are permitted in that environment. So that's a response to mitigation. In this sense, you'd be actively enabling more noise sensitive activities and is essentially exacerbating that interface. So from a noise perspective, it's not ideal to enable more people exposed to an environment that's not appropriate. However, should you do that, then the sound insulation design response that's been proposed by the applicant is generally appropriate. That's the way you mitigate those effects.
Okay, that's clear. Yep. Yeah, thank you. Just okay with that?
I got lost at 3.8.
Okay, sorry, do we need to go back to 3.8?
Yeah,
David?
yeah.
Okay.
I was Mr. Stewart, I was following you up until the end of 3.7, and I also followed you through the first part of 3.8. Then I got a little bit lost. I don't know, you're trying to be helpful in that and trying to respond to Mr. Stiles' proposition about the site being rezoned mixed use. What I don't understand is that if the site was rezoned port noise, why the SLC site would be relocated between the ICB and the OCB. That's my area of misunderstanding.
So
Can I help there? Because that's not what the paragraph says. What the words that you said don't actually resemble what the paragraph says.
Let me rephrase it then. If we assume that the SLC site is rezoned mixed use, it's generally accepted that the SLC site is and would be subject to represent port noise levels of approximately 55 and 58, and we heard that from Mr. Lloyd yesterday. He agreed with that. you go on to say, my technical modelling exercise shows that the site would then be located between the ICB and the OCB.
That's right, because it would not be zoned Port Zone and it would be less than 65.
Wouldn't be zoned port, it would be zoned mixed use, and it would have a noise level of up to a maximum of 58 dB.
Well, it's not really a maximum, but it is a representative level, yes.
And a use, okay. Okay. So because it's between 55 and 65, are you saying that there's no other option but to include it in the ICB?